Where's my purse? I don't know you. Ugh.
everybody. It is over 7 minutes past when we started the stream, which is usually arbitrarily but coincidentally the time when I decide to run our first top of the hour 3-minute ad break to give us an hour of playtime together, at least our first. And I'll do my clever best to keep up with that consistently at the top of every other hour. What are we making today? Let me answer that question. But don't hold your breath. That's not the safest thing to do. After this quick little bump, let's do a bump. Not the fun kind of bump. Not that I would recommend those anyway, but a quick ad break. I will see you soon. Hello, you sweet babies. I promise you I wanted to answer that question so much sooner. I really did. Let me know if I'm competing with this music volume. I can correct that. You're gonna knock at my door like the moment I go live. Hold that thought one more time. BRB front door, LOL. Okay. Neighbor kid threw a ball over the fence, wanted to know if he could go get it. Of course he can. Music is a little loud, thank you. That's what we need to know. Because Daddy doesn't like to yell, you know? Of course, now it's probably too quiet. Did that game starting up? Yeah, now it's a little low. It could come up a bit. Nope, that's too high again.
If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch,
how are we gonna do it?
You must first invent the universe.
Thank you, Grave Babe.
Thank you very much.
Grave Book just rehugged for 18 months. Honor them, Pride Heart, Pride
We honor
Heart.
them. We honor them. Hope you've had a wonderful weekend, Grave Babe. And same goes to Heather friend, Danny friend, Culture Shock, Emma friend, Alias. Thanks for coming to see me. Thanks for being here at the beginning. Provided there are no more disruptions. Provided there are no more disruptions, I would love to answer the long gestating question of what are we having? What's on the docket, the menu this evening? We're going all vegan, baby. We're going all vegan. Hi, Sultry. We're going all vegan. We've got a couple few recipes provided by none other than Strawberry Tea Honey, who is the @ in the title there. Please follow her. Especially if you're in the like of interests and have the wherewithal and the volition to press follow for dare I say, another wonderful comfort streamer out there. And she's quite funny. But we have a classic, I have no point of reference for what a classic version of this is, but all the same, a classic, I guess we fit into, classic baked vegan mac and cheese, paired with a crispy cauliflower tacos with green tahini sauce. Where's the recipe for the green tahini sauce? It's right motherfucking here. So we've got a few things going on here. And I'm gonna throw down I'm gonna roast some spuds. If we're making tahini sauce pairs well with potatoes. So we're gonna bake those with a little rosemary and a little, probably just basic stuff like smoked paprika and maybe a little hint of tarragon, I'm not sure. You don't really need it. If the goal is just to drown these babies in tahini, then it doesn't really matter. But thought about doing some lentils. I can't remember if lentils were part of the recipe, but I thought about either doing lentils or some couscous. I don't love that this is already basically coated in turmeric, but I do like this style of couscous because it's dummy thick, just the way we like. So one or the other. I'm either gonna do lentils or the couscous, and then I've got a vegan crumble that I like to buy. I haven't picked it up in a while, but it cooks up really well. It kind of I don't know, it's a nice replacement. It doesn't imitate, most vegan food doesn't imitate, but it is a nice replacement for a complete protein if you're doing something that you would normally use ground beef for. So it's something like a ground beef-like product you can use for taco meat or pasta meat or whatever. But I usually use it as a foundation, the protein for a bowl of some sort. So I'm gonna have that just as a side with some onion and garlic that we can also pair with all of this. So most cooking streams, what we do here is we're meal prepping a few things for myself and my partner. Trader Joe's has this beefless ground, the beefless ground. Listen, as the Texas summer continues to progress into actually being a Texas summer, I don't foresee myself wearing much at all. Because why would I? But yeah, we've got this little crumble that breaks up quite nicely. Right now it just looks like a weird little brown cake, and it kind of is a weird little brown cake, but it turns into a tasty weird little brown crumble once it's broken down. And it cooks really well. A lot of vegan food, kind of like tofu is a good example. It tends to, whatever spices you cook it with, it does a really good job behaving with them. It just tends to absorb a lot of that flavor that you cook it with. Especially with the common ingredients like onion and garlic, it pairs really well with. The cup for today is Pika Pika. Cheers, babies. throws money and screen. That's what I'm here to earn it. No animals were consumed in the making of Hogue Stream. Not today. Not unless anybody here's on the menu. Do we only eat vegan? That's a good question. I think she eats a lot of like primarily vegan, but not exclusively. Was vegan for 3 years, vegetarian for 7. But only do, so like mostly pescatarian now and doing some turkey. I think, yeah, well, I mean, I don't think I know. The majority of the ground meat we buy is turkey. We do buy a lot of chicken, but I'm trying to steer away from that just because it's, I don't know, I think a lot of the factory farming is hard to bypass. And just, I don't like eating chicken at this point. I still will, obviously fried chicken's delicious, sure, but that's just, that's the one thing I get my little ethical feels about if I overthink it, and that's pretty easy for me to do. Chicken I feel a little weird about. Ground turkey, I don't know, not so much, not as much. I'm gonna move my rubbish bin back behind me a little bit. But in any case, yeah, I did vegan for about a year, vegetarian for about 3. This was before Nina. Even though we had a good 6 month run of mostly eating vegetarian, that worked out pretty well. Because I never could tolerate much cheese or like dairy anyway. It's like even before I was doing like pescatarian, you know, I wasn't consuming like a lot of cheese or milk or whatever else. But in any case, whatever your dietary preferences are, concerns, ideological commitments, it's still fun to throw a change in the realm every now and then and see how you can adapt to it, because that, in essence, helps us process change in other domains, you know? I couldn't give up cheese. I do love, you know, the cheeses that I can tolerate that are pretty low or no lactose, like, I say this one all the time, but Parmigiano Reggiano can process pretty well. They don't tolerate cheese well. I mean, semantics. We do go full cheese. Love the mug, thank you. I stole it. I stole it from my housemate. It was originally for her, but she's not here to stop me from using it, so. It's just big. We like them, you know, we like them big. Little cups just don't do it anymore. Paras boy. I appreciate you getting like straight to the point. It's none of that mucking around with, hi, please don't be a bot. Oh, I'm not a bot. But guess what? Best viewers on where? I'll never know. I'll never know. Perhaps someone else will. Ban that nasty baby. They didn't, they didn't tiptoe around or, you know, try to falsely manipulate us into conversation. Hi. Nothing. How's it going? Weird small talk. At least we know straight away that was a bot. That makes a pretty easy decision to make. Did everybody get a shout out that was supposed to get some love laid on them? If not, I'll make sure that we do that later. Sultry, thank you for taking care of them. They couldn't be the fun Paris boy. You know, I'll tell you this. Paris boy 1 through 11, way fucking cooler than number 12. Opportunity for growth, number 12. What can we say? Your predecessors just outshine you in every way. I already saw one of my hairs on the countertop and I'm like, it's probably a good idea for me to tie some back, but I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it. I am gonna get another drink though, because I know this coffee is not going to serve me entirely well throughout. One of these days, when I go live, I'll actually have like a third of the ingredients, you know, prepared. It's not today, and it probably won't be next cooking stream, but just to, you know, improve the flow of everything. But a nice little plain sparkling water, that's gonna hit the spot. All right, how am I looking here? So I'm gonna be primarily here. I think I've got my camera, my chat where I want it to be. I'd like to watch the prep. Yeah, it's a lot of cooking I'm kind of a few minds about this, but a lot of cooking shows, you know, they outright eliminate a lot of the prep and they've got everything ready. Sure, it speeds things up for the sake of production, but here, we can move right along together every step of the way. Let's see, what should we start with? Should we start with the cauliflower tacos or the vegan mac and cheese? They're both gonna need me to turn the oven on. So one asks for 425 and the other asks for 400. So what I think is, I'll just set it to 400, and then for the crispy cauliflower that wants 425, we'll just cook that a little bit longer when that needs to go in. Let's preset the oven. I've known plenty of chumps in my day who would agree with you. I'm glad I was up and like super caffeinated late last night to like catch some of Danny's stream. That was a good time. I don't remember the name of the game she was playing, but it was a fun side-scrolling Souls-like kind of. It looked pretty challenging. Looked like I would enjoy it. Well, Culture, when you make your classic vegan mac and cheese and crispy cauliflower, you can do it that way. Let me get out everything that we're gonna need. We got vegan butter. Paula Dean would hate me right now. 6 tablespoons all-purpose flour. Coconut milk, I bought plenty of that. Dijon mustard, nutritional yeast. To the pantry with me. Get on over to the pantry and grab most of what I need. Hi, DKC. All right, well, get my vegan butter for stop number 1 over here. Butter. Trader Joe's also had this like vegan tzatziki dip. Tzatziki? Tzatziki. You know, this margarine's only like a molecule away from plastic. Shut up. We bought vegan butter. But yeah, I bought the tzatziki. I got some tahini over here. The tahini I had to get from Sprouts, but I'm glad I did because that's I like their tahini kind of a lot. It whisks up really nicely because I usually buy their tahini and then I'll mix it with just like a little bit of thin it out with some water and some lemon juice or lime juice, and add like some garlic or onion powder to it, and that's, you know, a low effort version of a nice sauce to throw on any kind of white meat is really all you need there. Sometimes when it comes to cooking, that's exactly what you want, is something low effort. Coconut milks, got a few of them. I think no argument with you there, Culture, but in this case it's just browning. So we're not necessarily concerned with like richness of how an agent is going to behave at higher heat. It's just crisping cauliflower. And in this case, the cheese needs this. Let's see. Do I have enough of these? I'm gonna grab the other can. Welcome in, Raffle Iron. I think I saw Raffle Iron there. Cumin, paprika, that's the other recipe. We don't want those yet. Set those over here. I'm gonna end up having to primarily do one of these at a time, and then we'll work our way through. Bringing full daddy vibes, I mean, carpe daddy. The ask was out there, I heed the call. Be the daddy you wish to see in the world. That's a George Harrison quote. Got that nutritional yeast. I love this stuff. I've added it to plenty of things outside of this dish. Tasty little topping, but it's one of those things to be mindful of how much you add, lest it be all you taste. But I like a lot of Bragg's products. Like Bragg's has that like 24, this seasoning, like I add it to a lot of eggs, 24 herbs and spices sprinkle. It's expensive, but I add this to a lot too. As opposed to like a seasoning salt or something like that. Like in most cases, I tend to prefer adding my own level of things, but this is a really nice addition to eggs if you're doing just like a quick scramble. We got, most importantly, our macaronis, our elbow macaroni for the mac und cheese. All right, going down the list here. I've got my baking butter. I did not grab the flour. I've got the coconut milk over here. We need 1 cup of vegetable stock, and that's in the fridge. I think I've got an open container of veggie stock that I can finish. It's not gonna quite be enough, but... Oh look, one more Bragg ingredient. If you want a soy alternative that tastes basically identical to soy sauce, liquid aminos, also from the good people at Bragg. I need to get one more of these because this is almost out. I'm crowding my little cook space pretty quickly here. Need Dijon, I have. We got several mustards here. I've got stone ground mustard, I've got honey mustard, I've got horseradish mustard, and I have a stone ground Dijon mustard. Let's try that one. Stone ground Dijon. I still need to grab the flour. Onion powder, garlic powder, smoked paprika, salt, black pepper, onion powder, garlic powder. That's nearby. Onion powder, garlic powder, smoked mother flippin' paprika, which is almost empty, but I've got another container of that. Salt and pepper. Let's see, get my measuring cups out of the way. Who else has joined us? Hello, Emma. A friendly neighborhood Emma cartoon. Welcome, welcome. And yes, I did see a Ruffle Iron Chef. Very happy to have you here. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody else. I still, like problem solving and improving the cooking streams, I still intend to invest in another screen to make chat easier to read when I put it up here. I use my phone and then, you know, like a little peripheral laptop window. Best I can manage for now, but still like trying to stay solutions focused on how to make this a little easier to navigate. Let's see, I still need the flour, which I've yet to go back in the pantry for. Grab the other smoked paprika, and I think that's everything we need to get this started. Oh yeah, and I've got some breadcrumbs to make, which I can, so I've got some panko crumbs that I think would be pretty good with this. I think I'm gonna throw down some panko crumbs for the breadcrumbs in this instance, and let me grab our flour. That is granulated sugar. Should we do granulated sugar instead of flour this time? That could be interesting. By interesting, I mean annoying and crunchy and hyper sweet, but you know, it's something. DKC. That's who we meant to lay some love on. Don't you worry about us. We're just enjoying the Hogue vibes. Well, you say that. But you've also streamed and you know. You're always on my mind. Unless I don't like you, in which case I'm just going to challenge you to be better. But I do like you, so. Cornflakes make a great bread crumb. They really do. They really do. I like doing just like plain saltines too. Just like saltine crackers, get those nice and crumbly. Throw them on there. All right, I think running down the list, we've got everything. We've got the vegan butter, all-purpose flour, coconut milk, vegetable stock. Oh yeah, I need to grab another container of that. We've got the mustard, nutritional yeast, onion powder, garlic powder, smoked paprika. Okay, so one more container of veggie broth. And since I'm probably gonna run out of smoked paprika, you know what else we've got? I have smoked paprika and I have Hungarian paprika. Does anybody know what the difference is? Is Hungarian paprika any distinctive difference? Because I could throw that down instead of smoked paprika. Interesting thing, I may end up having to put like something behind this apron on my nipplies. This canvas type material is not waxed, and it's causing a little friction on my tetas. Not the good kind of friction either. It's all right. We'll just loosen it up. You may now put food in me. Well, we're not ready for that. We've got I don't know if anybody heard the little sing-songy oven readiness alarm, but our oven has reached 400 degrees Fahrenheit. But we got some mixing to do. We gotta measure all of these things out. Yeah, I think for the crumblies today, I'm gonna stick with these panko breadcrumbs. I like these a lot. They give us a lot of sweetness, but I do like the texture. I'm big on texture. In many cases, I'll go for texture over flavor, because there's some things you can add more of later. Raffle iron. Hungarian is smoked usually. Oh, so it would be basically the same thing. But in truth, quality in paprika varies so much. I didn't know that. So I have all of the above. I just, I don't think I was paying much attention whenever I was buying. I'll just show you. I mean, the labels are identical. I have, and the coloration is basically identical too, so maybe it's just marketing. So our local grocer is HEB, or at least that's in the latest and greatest, but near identical labels, near filled to the top, but we grabbed Hungarian and smoked. So if you're telling me they're basically identical and just repackaged, then neat. But I do have traditional paprika too. I tend to prefer it though. I tend to end up using smoked paprika more often than where regular would be asked, unless I just don't necessarily want that distinctive smoky flavor. Because it does stand out. You know, you're going from like a pretty subtle, earthy, borderline, cumin type flavor to something that's a little more sharp and, I don't know, mixed sweetness. I don't know, there's a little sweetness to that. Smell them. It's not a bad idea. Though I am fighting a sneeze. We're puppy sitting, Heather? That's wonderful. Hello, puppies. What do we want to start with? The vegan butter to the pot, let it melt. When it's melted, add in the all-purpose flour. Let me see how much we're making here and I get a sense of what pot I'm going to use. What pot? Well, if we're doing 16 ounces elbow macaroni, and then of course that's going to need to be boiled. So I need something for that. Probably. Let's see. Instructions so far, just gonna run down here. Add the vegan butter to the pot and let it melt. When it's melted, add in the all-purpose flour, stir it vigorously with the melted butter. Then pour in the cans of coconut milk and the vegetable stock. Use a hand whisk to whisk out the lumps. Keep whisking until it starts to boil, and then keep whisking for a few minutes after it has boiled until it thickens. It will continue to thicken as it cools, so it doesn't have to be all the way there before you remove it from the heat, as long as it has thickened considerably from when you started. Remove it from the heat, and in that moment, add the Dijon mustard, nutritional yeast, onion powder, garlic powder, smoked paprika, or Hungarian, if we like the smell, salt and pepper to whisk in. Now your sauce is ready and you can prepare your macaroni. So we're doing the cheems first. We're doing cheems first and then macaroni prep. Cheems. Whisk out them lumps and we'll get it thick. That's right. Like it has in all things. We prefer them dummy thick. So we'll get there. That means I need to get out another pot. Another pot for our porridge. I need something about half this size, to be honest. It's too much. It's too fucking much. It's all right, though. At least it's got a flat bottom. Let's go ahead and have that ready. As for the sauce, I think this will be enough. Oh wait, this is vegan mac and cheese for sure. Unless there's a wrinkle somewhere in this recipe. I'll bring this up here. I'm all for surprises. When it comes to delicious taste. All right, that's too much water for that little amount of mac and cheese, and it's probably gonna boil up pretty quickly. Hello, pot handle. I need to get you there. All right, lids. We've got some lids. Now, why don't we go ahead and smell? These are both brand new. So our smoked paprika and Hungarian paprika are both brand new. Let's see what we're working with. Careful when we add the mustard, that can cause it to break. Well, I'm using something that's pretty thick on the grain too, so we'll see. Let's see how it all works out. We will practice radical acceptance and give ourselves grace along the way because we're making something new. And the only stars that matter are not the ones that come from Michelin, but the ones we give ourselves. Bitch. Smoked paprika and Hungarian paprika sniff test go. That's Hungarian. Oh, that's Hungarian, all right. Oh, yeah, they are pretty different. How to describe that? The regular smoked paprika is like a little sharper. A little sharper, a little sweeter on the smoked paprika. The Hungarian is like a little darker. Recommend getting powdered sodium citrate for vegan creamy sauces. It's an ingredient that can, it's an ingredient they add to cheese to make it melt smooth and should be completely vegan. Oh, that's cool. I may have to have somebody like pop in Discord and remind me of that later. Definitely welcome that. Curious about it. We've got a local vegan spot in Fort Worth called Spiral Diner, where I would point anybody towards if they were visiting because, I mean, yeah, it's classic diner food, but it's all vegan and it's amazing. They've got a bakery there too with some of the best dark chocolate peanut butter cups like in ever. But they have a vegan mac and cheese that I'm pretty sure they just use like nutritional yeast and that cashew cheese, Daya, I think it is, and it's really good. But they may use something like that too, because I've never been able to like get their recipe from anybody. I've just kind of had to taste and guess over the years. I guess the catch there is, you know, if we actually like this and want to make more of it, and you know, try to improve. Also, Heather, if Heather has any suggestions along the way of like, oh, I've made this, but also I've used Hungarian paprika, then I'm all ears. First, let's get a half cup of the vegan butter and put that down. Cashew butter was my secret weapon for mac and cheese. Yeah, I want to say it was like I don't know if Daya is the brand or if Daya is just what it's called. Yeah, I've chatted, waxed a little culinary with Raffle Iron before. They know their stuff. Not just a clever name over there. Let's see, is it half? Half a cup. All right, we have half a cup measured, but we have full autonomy, full analysis paralysis, though enabling autonomy, full existential dread, confounding, beautifully poetic autonomy. Thank you. Daya is a vegan. Okay, so that's the big corporate name. You support Daya, you're supporting big vegan. You don't want to do that. You want to support little vegan. All right, let's mold this down. And that's approximately half a cup. Let's get a little more. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Ate. Are we gonna end up using this for anything else? We're gonna end up using the vegan butter for anything else. I'll leave it out. Just in case. I agree, practice makes progress, baby. All right, let's plop this over here. I said plop, goddammit. There we go. That's a lot of people.
You see what happens, Larry? You see what happens when you find a stranger in the Alps? That's what happens. You see what happens, Larry? You see what happens, Larry?
When we make
what happens when you feed them scrambled eggs.
Okay, feed a stork scrambled eggs, but actually have. So there's you can buy these like mung bean eggs, and they're okay. I mean, they fluff up like a believable scramble. It's just the mung bean aspect, like on the finish, is kind of, there's really nothing you can do about it. But color, texture, most of the flavors is all there if you're just avoiding eggs. I still eat a ton of eggs though, so I don't really go out of my way to buy that. Hi, Sean. Well, Sean, I mean, I think every one of those clips that we uploaded, I had somebody in mind for it to kind of be like their signature introduction. So if you want that to be yours, claim it. That's Everett. Sean is vegan, so he'll get a kick out of this this entry into the catalog. Sean, we're doing well. We've got some recipes submitted from Heather over at Strawberry Tea Honey, and she sent us over a classic vegan baked vegan mac and cheese, and then we're gonna do a tahini sauce, a green tahini sauce, and some crispy cauliflower taco bowls. And then I got a couple other things in mind too. So we are prepping for right now. Ahora, we are prepping the classic baked mac and cheese. So I've got my butter down. I need to get 6 tablespoons of all-purpose flour. Where are my measuring spoons? That's the next question. Okay, this is the thing that always throws me off with baking, and I feel like I would know better by now when I see teaspoon versus tablespoon. So I think if it's a big capital T, that's tablespoon. If it's TSP, that's teaspoon. And so if we want tablespoons, we want the big capital T tablespoon. Is that square with everybody else? We bacon vegans, that's right. We got 6 little tiny baby vegans in here. I just realized I haven't taken my
allergy pill today, and I don't want to get all the clams. Excuse me.
It's what happens when you roll out of bed at the crack of noon. But I was staying up, you know, I was playing with friends, and I got home and played with a few more, and I threw my routine off a little bit. And that's okay to do sometimes. Can't remember the name. There's a high sulfur black, I don't know why I read that initially as like a high sulfur black market. Here's where you can find it. There's a high sulfur black Malaysian salt that could help cover that mung bean aftertaste a little. Ooh. I'd be curious about that. There's a local breakfast spot that I adore, and then they've got a pretty generous vegan menu option. And basically anything you order there, you can get a vegan option for. And so if you do like any kind of like a tofu scramble or migas, they can do a vegan migas or whatever scramble using the mung beans. But yeah, it was the one thing that kind of threw me off a little bit was that aftertaste. But what I see but pills? Just a multivitamin, some fish oil, and a little second generation antihistamine there. Can I get a drink of water? What if I redeem a natto recipe? I haven't the foggiest what that is, bruv, but you've probably got the dilly bars to cash in and do it. I reckon you've got the dilly bars to cash in and do that, so I can put it down for a future Friday stream. I think after this one, we have, I need to reach out to Cyrus of Cyrus Black fame and see if he has a recipe to share, because I think he was like next in line, and then Mondo Mole has like a cocktail and poetry reading they want me to do. Then after that, we're pretty well open for like future submissions. So I'm open to it. 6 tablespoons all-purpose flour. Not vegetable broth. Where did I put my bag of flour? Ah, yes. 6 of these. So here's our thickening agent. That's not quite 1. So we'll do a thicker, more volume-driven spoonful the next time around. There's 3. 4, 5, and 6. It's not black in color, but it's just called black salt. I wonder where I could find that around me. We've got a couple of specialty groceries I could probably check out. We might have it. Here's some flour, thank you. Pin that to my apron. Sorry, reviled is the wrong word. Is it? don't know what, unless somebody wants to explain it to me, I can look it up later. What is natto? Are those strong consonants or soft consonants there? Maybe it's like natto. Hard consonants, hard vowel, natto. Natto is vile, then let's have some. let's throw down. Natto party. Oh, okay, so if I'm mentioning mung beans, it's part of, okay. You just, being a little Weisenheimer over there, I see. Which is fine, I would still make it. Perhaps I would like it. I mean, I like imitation crab meat over the real thing, so stranger things have happened. Fermented sticky soybeans and bamboo, I mean, I would take that over like peanut butter and celery stalks with raisins. I would take that over ants marching or whatever that dumbass snack is. It's like gooey. The word gooey is breaking me. It's gooey, like decomposing gooey. Okay. Huh. Is it weird that my brain went to kimchi? Ants on a log! It sounds cuter than it is. It sounds like a cuter snack than it is. It's the one thing that used to be forced on me in daycare, and I just, I think I developed a literal, like, psychological aversion to it. And snicky snot like threads, okay. Oh, so now I'm thinking like the, what are those little like digestive drinks with the, like the live cultures inside of it, and why is my hand shaking like that to describe? This represents goo in the drink. Like kombucha, like the little fermented kombucha drinks. More like kombucha. Oh, and we're right there. Kombucha's in the chat, so. We got there eventually. What is going on with my Let's run through the scales. La la la. Didn't do a lot of vocal warm-up before stream. Maybe that was it. Thank you. We done hydrated. Okay, what's next? We've got, but hey, what's more? What's wrong with a little bit more hydration? Not a damn thing. I think I'm trying to look ahead and see what ingredients go in at the same time so I can know just what to go ahead and add to my flour. When it's melted, add in the all-purpose flour and stir it vigorously with the melted butter. Well, I guess the rest of the measurements, I mean, I know what they look like. I can measure them anyway as we go, but most importantly, we have 6 tablespoons of all-purpose flour. I need 5 cups of coconut milk, so how big is this? This holds 2. That doesn't hold anywhere near enough. Let me get a bigger measuring cup, which may be in my dishwasher. Tis! Tis? Yeah. There were a couple of foreign objects in there that I didn't recognize, but I think they're part of our new juicer over there. I like Vegemite. Natto is a 100% texture thing for me. Okay. Vegemite, I don't think I've tried that yet. I might like it. I don't know. Something like creamy, salty paste. Doesn't sound super appealing, but I would still try it. Just so I know. All right, so this holds 4. I guess I do need both. This holds 4. I will need both of these. Let's get our Coconut milk station ready, go.
Oh, it's all thick.
Because it's full fat, that's why. Get through that top layer, it's gonna skeet all over you. Let that be a lesson for next time. These coconut milks get a little excitable. Where am I without my booty rag? I usually have a booty rag on standby. Or two. Throw one in my drawer here in front of me and then one in my backside. For Vegemite, it's like salty vegetable soup base and nutritional yeast paste. Okay, I'm no less curious to try it. Yeah, wish fulfillment. We're getting our thick. We're getting plenty of thick happening for us. Say the last few cans of coconut milk I opened weren't so coalesced at the top, but that's also okay. And that's almost 4 cups. We need 5. We were almost at 4. Suppose I need to invest in another measuring cup. All right, so one more of these ought to do it to give us close to 5 cups, and then 1 cup of vegetable stock. That out, and it should give us, at least by volume, about 4 cups. And then we want 1 more over here. What's that going to look like? That's about 1 1/4. I think that looks about right. I'm sure it doesn't have to be too precise, but there we go. All right, so 5 cups down.
I have a nut milk joke.
Got me excited there. Nut milk joke, please proceed. Please proceed with nut milk joke. May it be of added value to our mac and cheese. All right, so this can was not needed. It looks like I can mix the veggie stock and coconut milk at the same time, so let's go ahead and just do our 1 cup of veggie stock. Let me see what I have in here. It might be enough left over that I can. Yeah, it was almost a cup. Not quite enough, but. Okay. That's a lot of nutted milk. It really is. We had kind of a big load that was unanticipated, but at least we had space for it, and the cleanup is relatively easy. We had a place for it to go. That's the most important thing. When we're planning for nut milk of any volume, you know, plan in place proactively is to, you know, have a dedicated space for it to go and a cleanup plan. And, you know, aftercare where needed. Because sometimes messes end up in the most unintended spaces. Are we ready to melt this shit down? I think so. Let's melt our vegan butters. Let me turn this over here. You can see where our vegan butter's just chilling. Move, there we go. Just move the cabinet a little bit. Move the cab cam, our dedicated cabinet cam. And we'll watch that butter melt, by God. Watch the slow, endearing process of vegan butter melting. I'm gonna put that on a low, I want that on like 3, medium low, probably. Monojiro, welcome in. Hello, hello. We are doing a postponed cooking stream. I usually do these on Fridays. Though, I don't know, my partner's schedule's changed recently, and she's had Saturdays off now for the first time in like 2 years, so to be determined on if I'll continue with Friday cooking streams. I think I will, but yeah. No, the cooking streams aren't gonna go anywhere. They're gonna be a mainstay of the stream format, but as far as like staying around Friday, I'm not so sure. Let's see, we get this melted down, and when it's melted, we stir in the all-purpose flour and stir it vigorously. I need to get out a little whisk. We have a seductively plopped and artistically shaped wad of vegan butter there. Should I just call it margarine? Should I just call it margarine, or is it actually vegan butter? Hello, consumers. Can you help me find my whisk? New arrivals, never seen my kitchen before, potentially. Where, oh, where has my little whisk gone? Oh, where could it be? It's... There you are, Peter. Its name is Peter. Oh, there you are, Peter. Hi, team. Bebop Cola, yeah. Welcome in, Anxiety Tonight. AT is another, I don't want to say exclusively mental health streamer. He does do a good bit of that, good chatting in a really inviting, supportive, validating space type community, similar to here. We create validating spaces when and wherever fucking possible. But he also does like a lot of crafting and a tidbit of gaming along the way. We admire what you're doing very much over there, but welcome in, everybody. If you don't know me, I'm Hogue Like Will, or Cable. Any one of those are fine. I tend to stream on Mondays, retro gaming. Fridays, usually our cooking streams. This is a makeup stream. And Sundays tend to be just chatting, from psychoeducation to politic to pop culture bullshit, whatever we want. But due to life creating some dynamic changes and us accepting them, we moved the cooking stream from Friday to today. We have a community submission. Another streamer out there in Streamland, Dreamland, Strawberry Tea Honey, another great follow, submitted some vegan recipes to us, and so we decided to do all vegan recipes today. We're getting started on a classic baked vegan mac and cheese, and we're working on the sauce right now. And this is our vegan butter going down melting as we're preparing our cheese sauce, or cheese-like sauce. Welcome in Nicole Stromboli, and who else came with you there, AT? Lady 170, welcome in, and sorry, my best way I can read chats on my phone up here. We've got Nicole, Lady, welcome in, and anybody else? Yeah, we've got anonymous follows here, so protect your anonymity. Anonymity, there's the word. Take up what space that you feel comfortable doing. Never have to go any faster or slower than you feel cozy doing so, or enabled for that matter. But we're more or less just getting started, so cooking streams usually have me here for a while. Kids got me a great silicone set with spatulas, spoonulas, and whisks. Spoonulas sounds like one of those words that I would just make up as I go, where's my little spoonula? But it's a real thing, isn't it? We are, okay, that's melted down. Now we can mix in we've got our coconut milk and our, well, it's a lot of coconut milk and it's a little bit of veggie stock. And hopefully, I'm not gonna run out of room with this container. I think I chose correctly, but find out momentarily if we chose poorly. I may want to turn the heat up a little tiny bit. Fuck. The next step was the flour. The next step was the flour. Okay, well then we'll just whisk this down and we'll get the flour in. We missed a step. I missed a step. That's okay. Pour it out and start over? Nah. We'll just potentially have a lumpier product here, and that's okay. The next step from the butter was to whisk in the flour. Oopsie doopsie. We got the whisk. Now, we don't shy away from anything getting down with the thickness. In fact, we tend to appreciate thickness around here, but as the recipe calls for it, we got to commence the whisk. I think, wait, Anxiety, you've done a cooking stream before, if I am not misremembering. Beat it like a skillet of vegan butter and coconut milk, that's right. I can see I'm whisking some, I got little air bubbles there. I'm whisking some air bubbles in here that hopefully will not be too problematic. All right, there's our flour. You did once, okay, I wasn't totally misremembering. I just wasn't sure if that was like a rare event, like a special event, or recurring, rare or recurring, but we made a cheddar brulee, wait, brulee or brulee? And then some salmon chowder. Oof, that sounds savory as fuck and really good. And don't stop. Yeah, we're not gonna edge this, we're gonna continue. Question is, do I want to turn the heat up a little bit? I think maybe I do. Just a skosh. And I think it's looking pretty smooth. Starting to look pretty smooth pretty quickly. Let's add in the rest of our nutted milk. Let's bust some of this nutted milk in there along with our veggie stock and continue our stirring, our whisking unabated. Next step's gonna be thicken. Heather, have you made this a few times? go a little more gentle with our stirring here. Can't go full throttle every now and then. You're going to change up the frequency, duration of the scheduled stir, you know. We'll continue to thicken as it cools. Let's see. Oh, this is bring to a boil. Okay, whisk out the lumps, keep whisking until it starts to boil, and keep whisking for a few minutes after it has boiled. So we do want to take this heat up considerably. That's what I was missing. Use hand to whisk out any of the lumps. We've delumped. We've plenty delumped the vegan cheeseatorium here. Keep whisking until it starts to boil, and then keep whisking for a few minutes after it has boiled until it thickens. It will continue to thicken as it cools, so it doesn't have to be all the way there when you remove it from the heat, as long as it has thickened considerably. So, I'm just trying to get a sense of when it needs to be removed from the heat there. I guess as it reaches a boil, then we can turn the heat back down, stir for a few minutes, and then remove it from the heat. It's kind of what I'm getting a sense of there. And then we'll add in our Dijon mustard, nutritional yeast, onion powder, garlic powder, smoked paprika, not Hungarian, and S&P. Got to run to a barbecue. Well, thank you for bringing your community on over here, and good to see you. Anxiety streams on Wednesdays and Sundays. I can't remember if there are other days thrown in there, but I think it's primarily like a Wednesday midweek check-in over there. So please give AT a follow there, spend some time in his community. And yeah, Sundays as well. It's looking a little creamier. Big Mac and Stern Cheems. I think, yeah, first in a series of Nomst titles there. It's looking creamier, Nomst. You appreciate me, I appreciate you back, baby. Scrolling back here to make sure oh, you have made this before, Heather, but not in a while, okay. And okay, we'll bring this back to a simmer once it gets a little hotter. Of course, if I stare at it, it ain't gonna boil, is it? The longer I go, I'm thinking like, okay, have I stirred it this rotation yet? Do I want to give it a little wiggle? Do I want to go counterclockwise or clockwise? Let's add some interestingness to this. Or I could switch hands. Ooh, use my offhand. But then you can't see me. Look away while it creams. It could be a bashful sauce, yeah. I can't cream while you're watching. And that's the fun part. I'm developing trust with this sauce. And familiarity. But we're almost there. We are not being shy about going up against the bottom there culture, I assure you. We take pride in our perusing of the bottom area and not neglecting it. I would love to, I know Sean was talking earlier about doing like a little bit of a jokester recipe there, but if Sean ever has a vegan recipe to throw down here, I would love to go for it. This is how you make pudding from scratch. You know who was giving us a little sexy pudding chat pretty recently? It was Cass Androgynous, Cassie. She had like given like a really thorough description on how to make some like really tasty pudding, and it didn't sound like it was using ingredients that I would normally go for, but the end result also sounded like amazingly savory and sweet and all kinds of goodness. Like a nice texture-rich, perfect pudding. I'm being warned that we are on a 10-minute countdown for an ad break, so what I'm gonna do is I'm not going to go anywhere. The format for cooking streams is a little different than what we would normally look like on other streams as far as ad management goes. In this case, I'm just going to put up some text and not go anywhere. So those of you who are subscribed won't miss a thing audio-wise. Do a quick ribbon test. We'll just pull that out and see if anything is ribboning off the whisk. We're not quite there. You're just gonna miss, potentially cream getting a little more intense here. This is when I need a tablet. And like to hang a tablet or something over here. I still consider doing like a small projector for chat and just moving that somewhere else. But let me see. Push a button here and we'll have a quick 3-minute ad break once it allows me to do that. There we are. All right. I want to say the last payout I got from Twitch literally paid for the groceries from the last cooking stream, so that was a nice offset. So I'm not going to pretend like any of the revenue earned, even though it's tiny from running ads, the revenue earned here does go right back into stream, baby. It is looking pretty close here. We've got nearing a rolling boil. Boom, baby. We got the boil. Ooh, I'm coming undone. Or was that intentional? All right, we'll turn this down to low and let that simmer, and that is rising. This is when we want to stir more aggressively, yeah? Okay, I'm gonna take that off. Needed more room. I'd like to reiterate that I am not neglecting the bottom. As we fervently whisk.
If you
Who's doing
wish to
subby
make
things?
an apple pie from scratch, you must first
Heather giving a
invent
sub
the
to Danny.
universe.
Thank you for doing that.
Thank you very much.
The lovely and generous Strawberry Tahini hath gifted Dana Prime 33 a hug scription. Blessed be.
Not Dana
Strawberry
Prime, it's Dan.
Tahini gifted a tier 1 sub to Danny Prime 33. They
There
have
we
given
go.
3 gift subs in
Brian
the
got
channel.
it right the second time around. Well, I know she is grateful for that, as am I. Yeah, the heat was turned down considerably. We had it on pretty high. It's now on low for the simmer. And I appreciate the gentle caution. I will say a few times it's coming across a little like kitchen backseaty, so while I do welcome the assistance and vigilance, it's okay to let me make a mistake too. To 3-up moon, Sean bless you.
If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe. Thank you very much.
The magnificent friend Horrorguy 420 hath gifted
420. Sean, thank you for that nifty gifty. And I think I meant to shout you out earlier too. I don't know if we did, but Sean has recently returned to Streamland and has been playing the, what is it, the recompiled, am I saying that right? The recompiled version of Majora's Mask, and it looks amazing. I can take the ad text off now. We are out of ads. Oh baby, we're running that hype train now, y'all. Or the Hogue train. Gotta pay for that jeans. Well, thank you. It certainly has. I'll say the intrinsic rewards go a long way, too. It's largely what we get out of cooking for anybody. I'll say cooking in general is one of the most, like, as far as hobbies go, I would think the more rewarding, like, neurodivergent friendly tasks. I didn't say baking, just cooking in general. There's a lot of multi-sensory, tactile stimulation going on. I guess, yeah, multi-sensory stimulation and tactile. I guess tactile falls into multi-sensory, but what I'm trying to communicate is, it is highly conducive for my internal organization. I was gonna make you bake. I'm not afraid. I ain't afraid of no bake. I will bake. I would like the challenge of baking something. This hasn't quite thickened up the way I thought it would be. It's still pretty watery. Who's doing the nifty gifties now? Oh, poor guy with the bomb.
You must first invent the universe.
One went to denim jeans guy. I haven't
the magnificent friend Horrorguy 420 hath gifted 5
to Tori and Sonivore. I miss Sonivore. Sonivore is a really talented artist. Physical media, graffiti, dude can do it all. He even makes custom canvases for other artists. It's also another one of those people out there that helped kind of steer me significantly further politically left at a time when I was a little more apprehensive to be. The friends that you're grateful for, you know? Sean, thank you very much for that gift pack. You sweet baby. Now I'm thinking of something, what I could do is like a reward. I think there's certain communities that reward, you know, like gift packages for, hey, you donated 3 subs, I'll do this thing. You donated 5 subs, I'll do this thing. What can I do as a reward? Other than thank you. Is it thickening? I can't tell. I genuinely can't either. I'm wondering what I've missed here. We've got the vegan butter, we added the flour. We did the coconut milk. I could add more flour. Well, it says it'll continue to thicken as it cools, so maybe now that I've reduced the heat, we'll give it a chance to thicken. But it's yeah, it's really not looking like it's thickened the way that I was imagining. But yeah, it's kind of watery. I say that when I look kind of like the rim of the pan, I can see it sticking a little bit, so there's a sign it's thickening. But running the whisk through it, I'm not really getting a lot of viscosity detection. So what do we think? I could add a little more flour and then rise the heat again, or cornstarch is a good agent. We could try, what do we think, like a tablespoon, half teaspoon? I do have cornstarch. Which would do the trick, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, coming off the spoon, I don't know if anybody could see that, but coming off the spoon, I mean, you can see it's coated the spoon, or maybe you can see it's coated the spoon. So I mean, there's certainly some thickening that has occurred, but like pouring it out, that's not really visible. Just need a little more time. I can see the less I stir it, you know, there's like a thin layer forming on the top, so there's another sign that it is thickening. You can kind of see the slow little wake behind the spoon. So we have some subtle indications of some thickening, but I may still, we'll give it another minute and then see if we want to add some cornstarch. Because we don't want it watery. I'm going to go ahead and grab it actually. Cornstarch, there you are. This right here, 100% pure, baby. Thank you all very much for the nifty gifties there and that little hype train. I'm grateful for y'all. Does it taste like raw flour still? Yeah, that's asked and answered. We'll get there. It's thickening still. Let me officially move it off the heat. I think that was the last step before we add any cornstarch. So it will continue to thicken as it cools, and it is thickening. So if I just take this off the heat, I have I don't know, it's not like a hot plate, it's just a riser for, there we go. One of these. You ever seen one of these? Thunk. Instant black hole. Now this is a little cork board to set hot things on. I'll just take it off the heat entirely and see how it behaves for a moment. If we can taste the flour, it still has thickening to do. Let's see. It's feeling better. But you can get like a subtle resistance detected here, but Outside of missing that key step of not adding flour second to the butter, I mean, we followed all the measurements correctly. So that order of operations clearly matters. Well, it's a little sweet, but it doesn't taste like flour. It's a little sweet, but it doesn't taste like flour. And it's not as thin as it looks, as far as like taste goes. The weight on the tongue seems all right. Have I seen when Marnie was there? When Marnie was there? No, I don't know what that is. It's a movie. I have not seen that. You have that in mind for Redeem? Got that in mind for a little picture show night? Because our backups on Tuesdays are if nobody's chosen anything during the streams, we decided we're on a Miyazaki kick. So we started with Howls on Tuesday. And then I think before the end of the month, how we got there, we were going to try to watch The Boy and the Heron, and then we realized Boy and the Heron isn't ready for streaming until I think like the 22nd. Got another week or two before it's ready. So I think for now, should I go ahead and add the cornstarch or no? I mean, I suppose we can always add it later, but doesn't have to be all the way there thickening-wise when we remove it from the heat. As long as it is thickened considerably from when we started, remove it from the heat, and then add the Dijon, nutritional yeast, onion powder, garlic, so everything else. So how much of the... So 3 tablespoons? 3 tablespoons of this. Do I even have 3 tablespoons worth of Dijon? If I don't, I have some other stone ground that I can use. Dijon just tends to have a little bit of white wine in it. That's really the main distinction. It's not Miyazaki, but it is Studio Ghibli. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm not familiar, but I mean, Sean, you have excellent taste in, we'll just say art in general. So if that's a recommendation you've got coming up, then I'm in. Okay, we got 1. A little heavier with those last 2 tablespoons, so this last one will go a little lighter. All right, go ahead and whisk in the mustard. Start to see, that looks really pretty actually, when you start to see the mustard seed get dispersed. I thought that would give it some interestingness, you know, appearance-wise. Changes the whole aesthetic from the nut milk. All right, how much nutritional yeast? 1 cup of nutritional yeast. Okay, that's 2/3, that's half. It's kind of a lot of nutritional yeast, but that is where a lot of our flavor is going to come from too. Bum, bum, ba-da, bum, bum, ba-da-da, bum, bum, ba-da. For some reason that makes me want to listen to Toro y Moi. Right in front of me. There we go. But we can't always listen to the music that we want to on Twitch because they're weird about copyright. If you have to chew your nut milk, then something has got wrong. Yeah, we're emulsifying with every bite. It's DIY during mastication nut milk. Well, I guess. All right, since this is half, we'll do 2 of these. And that is just coming out a little too slowly for my liking. Okay, there's half. And there's a fill line in this cup. I don't have to fill everything directly to the top. And a hole. I'll add a little more though. Retrospect, that means suppose the thing to do would be to add the half and then stir that in, and then add the second half and then stir that in, but here we are. Looking better by the moment though. Looking a little more like it's gonna pair well with some macaronis in not but a few moments. It is still a little thinner than I think it needs to be, so we may go ahead and add some cornstarch after all. Culture Shock is out of here. Later, Culture. And happy Padre Day to you. Oh, that's exactly where you're headed out. Okay. Well, I'm glad you're, I don't know if officially better, but I'm glad that you're on the other side of where you needed to be with a recent little bout of illness. Always a pleasure to have you around, and we'll see you next time. It's looking a little more cheemsy, huh? All right, so now we want the onion powder, garlic powder, smoked paprika. Onion powder, garlic powder, smoked paprika. By your powers combined, what a wad of flavor. 3 teaspoons. We got the teaspoons. The little cute baby teaspoons. There we go. Not tablespoons, but teaspoons. One, 2, 3. There's onion. Yeah, looks like I need to get some more garlic powder, by God. I do use that in a lot of sauces. Like every time I make, not every time, a lot of times when I'll make like chicken salad, tuna salad, anything where I'm using any kind of like veganese, yogurt, that kind of thing, I like to stir that in because it behaves pretty well. Ooh, it's getting thicker. Yeah. All right, what was the last thing? We've done Dijon, nutritional yeast, onion powder, garlic powder, smoked, okay, we need the smoked paprika, salt and pepper. This is looking a little lumpy, so I'm gonna be a little more assertive with my whisk here. And where did I set my paprika? There we go. We're doing 1.5 teaspoons. 1.5 teaspoons, okay. 1,5. Okay. I love that this recipe calls for smoked paprika. And then salt, same measurements of salt and black pepper. So we'll just go like this right there. I tend to like to be a little heavier on the pep, so by eyeballing that alone, I'm probably going another 1/2 teaspoon of black pepper than not. And just some granulated simple salt here. That is, I've eyeballed it and let's see how right I am. Oh, it's about a tablespoon. Teaspoon, excuse me, teaspoon. That's a little much. That's a little much. Okay. I'll give this some color. I'm sure this is one of those things like as you plate it up, sprinkle a little bit of extra of the smoked paprika on the top. Just for some extra flavor, a little decoration, for that matter. Go wild, I love pepper, same. The more coarse, the better. Yeah, I suppose it's a good time to give us a little taste test. See where we are with this now. There's some extra flavor hanging on that whisk I want to get rid of now. It is starting to look a little more acceptably thick though. So I'm pretty happy with that. Let's get ourselves a little taste. Woo. Honestly, I think it needs a little more. I'm gonna hit it with a little more of the nutritional yeast. It's not too sweet at all. It's actually delicious, and it reminds me a lot of the diner, the vegan diner I mentioned earlier, mac and cheese. It reminds me a lot of that in a very good way. I think we're gonna add a little more nutritional yeast, so maybe 1/3 cup. And 1/3 cup. We'll see. I don't know if that's quite 1/3 cup, but we'll see if that gets us where we want to be. And I expect, it's going in the oven later, so like more richness will be revealed. The garlic and the onion powder in there, though, mwah. That was, they nailed that measurement. For some reason, eating a black peppercorn can help if you're feeling uncomfortably high from cannabis. I've heard that before. I wonder what that does for like kind of resetting our internal like cannabinoid reuptake system there. If that's what it's impacting, I have no idea. But if you're trying to ungoof from a little too much goof, there's too much goofy in that smoke today. I gotta dilute this somehow. Let's see, that's quarter half whole. So let's do, I think, 4 of these. All right. That is cornstarch. I'm gonna set this back on the heat just over here. And then I think we're good to start, I'm gonna keep this warm, but I think we're good to start our boiling the mac and cheese, the macaroni side of the mac and cheese. Gonna thicken this son bitch right up. I think what I'm actually gonna do is switch burners. I've got like a specific warming burner towards the back of this range. So I'll probably move our sauce there and then move since this is a double burner that I have this on now, use my double burner on my water pot, and that'll help us get to a boil pretty quickly. Okay. Why did I move my chat all the way to the left where it's like least accessible for me to read? And it looks like when I step over here to cook, I'm like cutting myself off. So maybe let's move. That helps a little. Funny thing in the webcams, even though they're like at an angle, they're usually more straight on than they appear. That'll work. Also, am I this pale? Oh yeah, baby. I am this pale.
And freckly.
Let's see. Back, left, right. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Well, all right, we'll do upper right and leave that on low, I think. Should be fine. Upper right burner, switch these out. Move this over here. And turn this on. I think it's the right side is the double burner, so I guess I can look at this and we can be sure. Yeah, so that full set of the range is, or that full element is activated, so we can use that. Get our water going. What did you watch recently? I've added hot sauce in this step. I love that. I think, yeah, something like a chipotle, like a Tabasco chipotle type of, like a vinegar-based sauce stirred in would be really good with this. I think you're onto something there. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Also, this hair I'm shedding that we don't want in our food. All right, sauce is set aside. Cook up macaronis and get that going. Thank you for that follow. We are cooking up a vegan spread. We are spreading ourselves around a vegan meal. It's classic baked vegan mac and cheese. We are pairing it with cauliflower tacos and green tahini. I say tacos are gonna be in taco bowls because I don't have I didn't get any tortillas. I didn't buy any tortillas for that. I made some pancakes yesterday morning. I could technically use the pancakes as a taco. And there are no rules. Welcome in. Thank you for the, I don't know if that was you that followed, but thank you for joining us. Hello. And then I've got a couple of other things. I'm gonna bake some spuds. We'll do some baked spuds. And I've got a little vegan crumble over here that we're gonna throw down with just some simple onion and garlic. We're gonna break that up. That's just a Trader Joe's, what they call their beefless crumble. But it's just a little soy protein crumble that I think it'll pair really well with some of that green tahini that we're gonna have. The same thing, that green tahini I think is gonna go fine with the potatoes. My cooking streams, I tend to meal prep for my partner and I, so I tend to do kind of a lot in one sitting because it's, you know, reward of streaming, but baked in benefits of cooking more than one thing, so we can eat on that for a few days. Yeah, no. You are familiar to others in the community, even better. Even better. Is it, what do you prefer to go by? I see Wolfenberg. I see Wolfenberg there. Do you prefer to go by Berg, Wolfen, Charlie? I don't know. If you go by anything other than the pseudonym in chat there, let me know how I can put some respect on that name. But yeah, our friendly neighborhood Strawberry Tea Honey submitted this recipe. I've got a redemption on the channel. If you cash in enough channel points, then you can submit a recipe to me, and I will, at least one recipe. I usually ask for a couple, and I'll throw it down on a future cooking stream. So community submissions here, a lot of the time. But for now, that's probably the most uninteresting thing to join in on. We are boiling water. But we're doing it sexy. Boiling some sexy water here. All the cooking streams, that's a fucking lie. All of the cooking streams have been like, you know that scene in Hook? Like, you don't just have to imagine the food. It's a lot like that. We just kind of imagine the food as we go, and it's whatever you need it to be, really. That's basically all I can do without messing things up. Boiling water. It's a you know, if you can get that down, it's a good foundation. I say this a lot. Once you've mastered cooking eggs in like a different style, like, yeah, get a scramble down without everything sticking to the pan. And then try to do like an over medium egg. You know, it's like a gentle, soft yolk, but cooked exterior. Work your way up to like an omelet or something like that, a little more technical. If you get eggs down, you can cook anything. I'm a firm believer in that. I try to be as strengths focused as possible with a lot of cooking, but even so, it's not everybody's bag. It can bring up a lot of anxious parts for others when they get in the kitchen, because then it's just like analysis paralysis. Where do I start? Even with instructions, I'm gonna make a mess. I don't like to clean. It's not for everybody too. Sometimes we're better off letting others do the cooking. I try not to burn the water though. You know, I've got the double burner on, you know, ultra high heat. Well, we want to boil, we don't want to burn, you know. But I burn the water every time. I'm gonna give we've got our little sauce over here. So anybody just joining us, we started off our recipe. We've got for our vegan mac and cheese. Let's see, we're gonna get this in front of the camera. There we go, boom, baby. There's our cheese for mac and cheese. There's our cheese sauce. We've got that nice and whisked up. It's thickened for us some. So once we have those tasty nudes going, then we'll be all set. Where are my tasty nudes, for that matter? Oh. Trader Joe's macaroni authentic Italian pasta. I'm so glad they dropped the dumbass Trader Giotto's. All of their Italian products had that borderline, actually kind of straight on culturally inappropriate little tag on there. And shouldn't just leave your tasty nudes lying around like that. They're liable to get pinched, pilfered, and otherwise removed from my periphery. Well, as soon as we have a boil, these don't take very long, right? There's just, they're not very big, so I imagine it's less than 10 minutes. We have, get to a boil and 6 minutes. Okay, it's a 6-minute pasta. Remove from the heat. I'll have to remember this is one of those things, like if I do pasta, I tend to be a big fan of retaining like the starch from the pasta water and then introducing that to the sauce. So anytime I've made like any kind of marinara, I'll retain at least like a ladle full of that nice starchy pasta water. Supposedly it helps the pasta like adhere to the sauce a little bit better, but really it's just you get like a much richer flavor overall. But this time I don't think that's necessary because I don't want to dilute any further our questionably thick cheese sauce over there. Your resident cooking daddy on Cooking Daddy Day. If anybody's in need, I'm happy to adopt, really. Welcome in, Panique. So happy to have you. And happy belated birthday. You and a lot of my favorite people have had birthdays within the last 72 hours. I'll have you know. Part of the reason why I was out last night and kind of late to getting my bones shaken today, I was up pretty late. Added bonus, when I got home last night, Danny Prime was streaming, so I mean, I was already wide awake, but I was up pretty late. It wasn't her birthday, mind you, but yeah, two of my besties had like a combined birthday. One of theirs was officially yesterday, and the other one was officially today, and they had like a combined thing last night, so I was out pretty late for that. But of course, our friendly resident Panic Sloth had their birthday on Friday. And I just hope you had a time. Hope you had a time of all times. Hope you got all the tasty treats you wanted, well rested, experience bonus, all that shit. Every kindness that you deserve. Forevermore, baby. You got out to your parents and they took you out to eat. Nice! That is nice. Let's see, could I get started on anything else while we're waiting on the water to boil? I guess not. I'm gonna take it one thing at a time. It's gonna take longer to get everything done, but we'll do it one thing at a time here. The VOD will make more sense that way too, versus just trying to do too much at once, you know. Share a birthday with your partner. Oh, that's right. I follow them too. You seem like a sweetie. I hope y'all had a good time. You went to a concert, I think. Or maybe that was old news, I don't know. I think you went to a concert. It looked awesome. Oh, I asked a question earlier and I don't know if there was an answer. Let me see. For Wolf. I might have missed their answer. Am I cooking in the buff? That is not a weird question. I'm not cooking in the buff. I am, I mean, I'm partially closed. I'm in Texas. I'm in north central Texas, so it tends to get hot pretty quickly here. I'm wearing my running shorts. I'll just back my thing up to give a full view here. I'm not reaching terms of service here. I've got my little bright orange runners on, and then rocking some tube socks today. Ooh la la. So we're dressed. It's less of an interest in being in any realm of provocative and more just, you know, I tend to be pretty sensitive when it comes to temperature and, you know, try to stay cozy. But I think I was trying to get clarification on how to call you correctly, and I don't know if I saw that. I'm checking my phone. You might have said, I don't know if I missed it. This isn't Only Cooks. It is the first Only Cooks stream. I don't do great with heat personally. It's really humid there in Ontario. Oh, cool. I say, oh, cool. I'm always happy to see we've got a few friends that have kind of joined up from the community in various areas throughout, you know, different provinces and Canada. And it's always cool to meet friends from further north. We've got Mirth Turtle in Nova Scotia, and I think on the other end of the continent is Retro Perspective in like the Vancouver area. We're getting close to a boil here, and some pretty macaronis going on. Wolf is fine. Okay, I was making sure that was an L and not like a I'll make sure that was L and not an I. So double checking, like, is it Weef? Hello, bonjour Weef. Wolf is fine. Okay, thank you. I'm happy to have you around, Wolf. Abby and Vila are also Canadian. There we go, yeah. And we celebrate their presence and all they create. Is every Canadian cool? So far, yes. So far, they passed the vibe check immediately. Very few Texans are cool, but I am. I'm also very modest. Wolf is fine. Well, good. I don't want to, you know, latch onto something that was totally inappropriate and then perpetuate that, and like 6 months go by and it's like, hey, not really feeling the Berg pseudonym you dropped on me. I can see why you went there, but I don't dig it. Peeks in from the tags page. Welcome in. I'm having a hard time with that purple. What is that? Kelsey's Gaming. Welcome in, Kelsey's Gaming. We are starting our first thing, a vegan spread. We are starting a classic baked vegan mac and cheese. Then we're gonna segue into making some crispy cauliflower tacos with a green tahini sauce. And then I'm also gonna make a kind of a soy protein crumble to pair with that tahini and some baked potatoes, which I suppose I could be prepping these spuds before they go in the oven, because a lot of this is gonna end up in the oven. But welcome in. Spot on pronunciation. I was gonna follow up with that too. I may not have nailed it, but you know, sometimes I can break it down phonetically and we'll get in the ballpark. But it's coming through. So I keep my phone up here, like in my actual like cupboard. Keep an eye on chat, but it's on high contrast, and for whatever reason, like the purple and the black is just not shining through as easily readable as I hoped it would be. I can see your chat fine, but the name I've got to kind of. These are new glasses too. But welcome in. It's rare to hear. I'm always curious how anybody finds the channel if they're not directly kind of overlapping with other kind of like community peers. We got a boil. So tags, cool. Glad that works. Yeah. So celebrating Pride all month long. We kicked off the first day of Pride. We held an interview with the New Mexico Gender Voice Clinic, and they provide vocal training. Really for anybody that needs it, but primarily the focus is helping anybody who has a trans identity develop a voice that is aligned with their identity. And so we started off the month with an interview with them and talked about their services and all that they offer and how they're expanding into other states. So that was really cool to kick off the month with. Let's get these in here. And it says gaming in your handle there, so I could potentially infer that you stream or do something gaming related content creation wise as well. Would that be a fair interpretation? I need to set a timer. This is 6 minutes. Let's do a 6-minute timer. Timer 6. Stout. I'd say lately there's been a couple of people that have found me on Threads because I've kind of started using that more exclusively than, I don't know, most other social media, which they all have plenty to whinge about and don't get enough right, but Threads has kind of been my chosen space for the last few months. Work-life balance, not in harmony, not conducive to streaming. I get it. 2 years or so that I've been doing this, yeah, there've been times where I've had to take like a month or month-plus break and, you know, prioritize what needed to be. You know, streaming usually came secondary to a lot of things, so I get it. I hope you have some balance restored for you sooner than later. I think it's been 6 months. Trying to stay active in communities. Okay, cool. I suppose I need to overstir that and just let it actually cook. Do I have a strainer ready? I do have a strainer ready. Good. Am I in need of, I'm gonna give all of my measuring cups and spoons here a quick rinse while we prepare for the next. It looks like we're making tahini sauce next. I've got to repurpose basically everything I have here. And drying. Let's give this another stay. Okay. And the knife I haven't even used yet. Cool. All right, I can keep the whisk ready for that other sauce and then finish drying these off. Can you ask what my favorite Pokemon is? Yeah. Though, I do a funny thing with my brand, or I was gonna say internal organization, my neurodivergence has difficulty with questions of like, hey, what's your favorite film, your favorite color, that sort of thing, because then I go to like my default is, I don't have a single favorite. I have a hard time limiting things down to a single favorite, but I'll tell you my very first starter Pokemon was Bulbasaur. I think as time went on, my favorite Pokemon became Psyduck. I related to Psyduck in a way. Probably because I'm a migraine sufferer, and I just kind of realized, you know, powerful as Psyduck has potential to be, poor baby goes day to day and never knows when a migraine's gonna strike, you know, and just kind of shuts him down. I've had that happen basically my entire life, so, which I also found out later was a symptom of PTSD, which I also have. While I'm self-disclosing, so yeah, personal attachment to I think Psyduck over the years. I'm a big fan. You ready for this sultry? We're boiling some tasty nudes over here, baby. We're at the tasty nudes section of the stream. You're adding Psyduck to your party, all right? I'm gonna say they're a Bulbasaur. You can't go wrong. If you want to share who yours might be, or while we're on the subject, anybody else, then go for it, babies. That's a lot to booty clap there, butt spot. Damn. I'm not in a good position to drop the link for our Discord, but if anybody wants an invite, just send. I think most of the people here are community members who can give you an invite if you want in. Send them a whisper and, you know, pass the vibe check. We'll let you in. Since we got a side duck, I'll bring a Bulbasaur and we'll both get leaf and water. Boom. I think that's a powerful pairing, though I've not played Pokemon in a long time. God, that was a lot of alliteration. Another one of those things that I tend to enjoy, like I love alliteration, except when I'm accidentally doing it. Like Zubat, or I don't, if it's past the original, like first generation, I'm gonna struggle with it. I had to have Heather tell me who Puplip was. I've got a mug with like one Pokemon that isn't out of the first initial 151. I was like, who's this cute little penguin Pokemon? No, that's Puplip. Thank you. Of course that's Puplip. That looks like a Puplip. So much as a thing can have that like onomatopoeia quality of looking like the thing you want it to be. That's the song that tells us when our time is done, if you heard that in the background. I thought I turned that off. Quits it, stops it. I think we're ready to relocalize. There we go. Our mac and cheese. Let me turn this heat down low in case I'm gonna need that burner again. Our cheese sauce over there is looking like it's thickened up just fine. All right, let's move this over to the sink. I've got a colander in the sink over here, so we're just gonna get that strained for us, and then I suppose, a spoon. I don't think we're reintroducing everything to the same pot. I imagine I'm gonna put something else down for something a little more oven safe. Woof, 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 woof. All right, that's hot enough. All right, move that away, and then I think I need to find, let's move this over here. Back to kind of our prep station here, that's a little more visually interesting. So we have at least 3 more things to make, so we'll be here for a little tiny bit. That'll do. So we like Galvantula. I don't know Galvantula. Okay, now that I can zoom in on that. So we get a pack of Pokemon cards from the EXO. I wear them to, wait. Oh, Pokemon socks, cute, okay. Oh, or Pokemon card socks. I worked Squirtle in today. I was lounging around the pool with my parents earlier. Okay. I bought my partner some Pokemon socks too. I found the Squirtle socks especially cute. She's partial to Pikachu, thus the mug for the evening is in fact that Pikachu mug that I got for her. But I bought her a pack of socks a while back too, and may have been the same ones. They're little like ankle socks, and it came with one of them was Psyduck, one was Pikachu, and one was Squirtle. Heather, our sauce is looking real good now. I'm kind of with you though. I think I want to add a few drops of like Chipotle or something. I think that's gonna be fire if we do that. Here's our sauce, our cheese sauce, our vegan cheese sauce. So it's got a lot of nutritional yeast in there, and vegan butter, and oated milk, and veggie stock. Yes, add some hot sauce. We think like, do you just normally do like regular Tabasco, regular or menthol? I mean, regular or menthol Tabasco. Let's see what we have. I have a lot of sauces. I've even got some sauce that AZ Collins had sent me. Ooh, I have a Yellowbird Serrano sauce that could be really good, though it has a different kind of viscosity. I tend to add that to different kinds of like taco bowls. I've got a Carolina Reaper sauce. I've got a Chipotle. I think I'm gonna stick with Chipotle. It's gonna be a little darker. I think that's gonna, flavor profile wise, behave a little more in the realm of what we want here. And then I have another, well, this is fermented sauce, so that's gonna have a really distinct taste in there, but I like them a lot. From the fine people of Fort Worth's own Freaky Firmaments, they've got a desert heat sauce that has both scorpion and habanero pepper in it. I think we'll use, mind you, none of this is like a product endorsement by any means, but I think this will be the most conducive for what we want there. Do you booty clap? You know I do. Rhetorical. We're going rhetorical now. Do you booty clap? But that's the affirmative pseudonym. Do you booty clap? It looks like a tasty soup. It kind of is. It kind of is. If we thickened it up enough, it definitely could be a tasty soup. And I think I'm gonna add a few drops of this Chipotle Tabasco. Yeah, that smells like it's gonna be just fine in there. We'll add, whisk that in. Still need to find something to put everything in. I don't want to get too carried away, but let's do just enough to alter the color a bit. It's the other thing about this, it's not as strong as it looks. Nor is it spicy. I wouldn't really call that type of Tabasco sauce. If anybody's not tried it, it's not really spicy at all. Give that a nice assertive whisk. And I don't want to go through my cutting boards too quickly, so let's keep that pretty tidy. And let's try it. Set my spoons aside, didn't I? Let me... Let's try this rascal. Smells amazing. Yeah, I think that's gonna be just fine. That's gonna be just fine. Probably steps away from just throwing the macaroni right in there. I need to find a appropriate baking vessel for the lot of it. Oh, look, I'm shedding. I'm shedding. Oh, even. Thank you for whoever subscribed. Who subscribed?
If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch,
oh, thank you, Wolf.
you must first invent the universe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the sub goal. Hot damn, that's cool. I think we might unlock some extra slots there, and then I can commission other artists to add to our inventory of moats, of cute little moats there. Thank you very much for that subscription. Very cool. That also prevents you from seeing the ads that I'm about to run, because Twitch is now telling me I'm like 6 minutes away from having our ad break forced upon us, which while I'm dexterous and clean enough to do something about that, I suppose we'll go ahead and run our top of the hour 3-minute ad break. For those of you who have subscribed, you ain't gonna miss a goddamn thing. Let's throw this text up, just let anybody know what's going on. And I'll put our little bumper there, and I'll go ahead and push that button as we make ready for the next step. Reset. All right, 3 minutes of ads coming in now. But
I'll be right here.
all right, rinse and clean the cooked macaroni into the pot of sauce and toss it with the sauce. Transfer the macaroni and sauce into a 9x13 baking dish. That's an oddly specific size of a baking dish. Let me see what I have. For that matter, let's do this. Let's do this. I'll move the camera back over here, and we'll go ahead and pour our sauce over and combine our mac and cheese. One thing I'm not always prone to do is remember that I have a left hand to use here. I can use that to scrape off the remainder of the sauce. It didn't quite thicken up the way we thought it would, but I think it's thick enough. I don't know if we quite entered the realm of our preferred dummy thick territory or criterion, but I will not besmirch. I will not besmirch that level of thickness.
Am I thick enough for you there, Cook Daddy?
Yeah. All right, here's our pasta. Which I thought I shook around to prevent it from sticking, but it all kind of happened like that anyway. We'll break it up. Woo! Except for that one that just bounced off my crotch. We'll put that one in the trash. But let's break this up and mix it ahead of us baking it. This'll thicken it up proper. It's looking a little bit more like mac and cheese, isn't it? Ads are gonna be over in 30 seconds, y'all. How will we be delivering this to anyone in chat? Well, FedEx Express hasn't let me down yet. Though I would expect a subtle, keyword subtle temperature change by the time it arrives in Canada. All right, I think we are out of ads at this point, so brava. I can turn off the text, as that's no longer accurate. And now we got to commence the baking. What, are we tired of people asking? I'm sure they wouldn't have answered at all. Channel says you're streaming on Wednesday. Oh yeah, I think Heather's on a little stream break. I'm not sure when she's coming back. Don't know when she'll be back again. But we welcome her return to streaming as we do the warmth of the sun. Or moonlight, for that matter. No, she had to, for those anybody familiar with different kind of broadcast studios, she was using initially the Twitch broadcast studio, which so did I. which services anybody fine until it doesn't. It has like some pretty quick arrivals to certain plateaus, technology-wise. So yeah, no, she's. Well, I think Twitch Studio. I think they're phasing out support for it, aren't they? That was the big thing. Forced your hand. So yeah, migrating over to OBS is like the big hurdle. But I think you're squared away with that. And outside of like what we were chatting about earlier, sometimes we have to prioritize fill in the blank life episode, and you know, not stream. Okay, before this goes in the oven, anybody find it the least bit problematic if I have myself a bite? Because Cooking Daddy's gonna go ahead and exercise that right to autonomy here. Oh, that's just fine. Oh, that's just fine, sugar. Got a little on my palm there. Not a problem, not a problem. Easily serviced, easily cleaned. That's delicious. That is absolutely delicious. Let's bake it and then really enhance the flavor here. I need to find, I don't know if I have something big enough to hold all of that. I know, I'll portion it out into a cupcake tin. We'll just have little mac and cheese cupcakes. That's the biggest thing I have baking dish wise. Squat! I can use my crock pot vessel if I need to. What else do I have? I've got a cast iron skillet that is not quite ready for that. Ooh, would that work? That's not really baking friendly. Damn. Well, it's not gonna be the cutest thing ever, but I think I'm gonna throw in my let's use my slow cooker pot and we'll make that work. So I've got, it's deep enough, it's big enough, and it will hold the volume of mac and cheese that we need. Most importantly, I know I can bake with it because I've done so before. So not the sexiest vessel to work with here, but it'll get the job done. Then we'll throw down the breadcrumbs, I think. I mean, mac and cheese balls are a thing. Yeah. So the shorts are pretty close to my skin tone. Do they appear that way? They seem so bright in person, but I don't know. I don't know what the white balance on my camera is doing here. The kitchen stream setup's pretty rough and ready. Let's see. I'll pour that a little closer to minimize some splashback here. All right. All right. Hey, almost came out with me having to do any kind of scraping of the pan. God, that looks good already. Every one of these submissions that have come through when we've made anything over the last, like, what, 8 weeks or so, they've all been just banging. All right, well, we know that our oven's ready because it's been ready for like, I don't know, 45 minutes. Preheat oven, so it's set to 400 Fahrenheit. 400 Fahrenheit. For those cooking with Celsius, that's 200 degrees Celsius. We want 3/6. Oh, well, this I'm using different crumbs than what this recommends. This recommends like an actual breadcrumb. Well, breadcrumb topping made with toasted bread or stale bread. I'm gonna use panko crumbs because I'm weird like that. Transfer to mixing bowl, add in melted vegan butter with the crumbs. Oh, so we want extra melted vegan butter with the breadcrumbs. I see. I think what I'm gonna do is put the breadcrumbs on and just do like a light coating of extra virgin olive oil instead. I'll show you what we have over here. So there's our not so sexy but crock pot vessel. Not so sexy but serviceable, plenty serviceable crock pot vessel. And then we'll do a generous layer of breadcrumbs here. And get that baking for us. Didn't make this dish a lot, no, but I'm forcing Hope to, and it was a welcome opportunity. Though I will say this entire step I thought would happen in about like 30 minutes. Anytime I'm doing cooking streams though, I can count on one object taking me 4 times longer to cook than it would under any other circumstance, and that's okay. I'm just doing my hand. Panko crumbs do 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 do. Panko crumbs do 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 do. Panko crumbs do 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 do. Panko crumbs. I know it's a lot. The recipe called for a lot. We want a nice crunchy shell. That's C-R-O-M-C-H-Y, crunchy. Okay. Has it been 2.5 hours, or did you not start at the very top of your stream? Not directly. I probably chatted for a good 15 minutes before we really started doing anything, but yeah, very slowly getting to this point. All right, we can drop this in the oven now. For how long? So we've got it at 400 Fahrenheit, that's 200 Celsius. We've got our breadcrumbs on there, place the breadcrumbs, and then we're gonna bake for 20 minutes until the topping is golden brown and crispy. Well, off you pop. Kiss it goodbye, babies. It's going right in the oven. We'll see you in 20 minutes time, and then we can prep our other goodies. Crispy cauliflowers and something that's gonna go in for 425. Cool. All right, timer for 20 minute stout. Now, Heather, I remember initially you said you were going to cook along with us. I imagine you're like 17 steps ahead at this point. if you were still cooking along. At home, welcome in, snowboarder. It has been a journey. Have you been here the whole time? I can't see who's actually here, so I have no idea. I think since I want to do these spuds, I'm gonna prep those real quick too. I'm just gonna do some little what are these, russets? We're gonna have these, just have all of these, and then toss them in some EVOO and a light coat of smoked paprika, some minced garlic, and rosemary. And we're kind of mirroring something kind of Greek-ish here. I'll add like a sprinkle of tarragon. Forgot to say hi. Well, I say this to anybody here. You're free to lurk or take up as much space as you feel comfortable doing so. Welcome you saying hi, but I realize in every stream always anybody has the cognitive bandwidth to participate. So if you do, cool. But thank you for saying hi all the same. Happy to have you. I can reuse my bowl over here. And that's a good knife.
Hey kid,
What?
I'm a computer. Help computer. Stop all this
Is that...
downloading.
That could be anybody. I'm not even gonna look. Is that none other than My City Glory popping in to say hello? Is it, could it be? No, it's Wolfenberg. Okay. I had to ask. I mean, the redeem's for anybody. But sometimes we have certain people in mind when we make them. It's sort of their signature arrival thing to click on. Help computer. Yeah, the Finsler film, I don't know, as an elder millennial, the Finsler film, G.I. Joe, PSA reels, like every single one of them is like deeply ingrained, indelibly ingrained into my neural network. I'm glad you found that. I thought about adding more, but it's one of those things, if I added more, I'd end up just, I wouldn't stop. They'd all get added. We'd start there and then go from that to, tell me, Johnny, does your mother still hang around dockside bars? To, get those kids off my fucking ice, you little wankers, and
Are you Buzz Lightyear? I love your movies.
I mean, it's hard to stop. Who wants a body massage? We all want a body massage. I want a body massage. Look at all the different colored hats. I wish I had that dad growing up. To join me at the skate park. Need to change out my trash. Yeah. I'm getting pretty full here. One of those spuds was looking a little cruddy. I guess it's not too late. I can find, just like I've adopted you as anybody here, I can adopt you as your cooking daddy. I can find a leather daddy to adopt me and take me to the skate park. It's not too late for me. Dang, I gotta be right back, and we'll be right here. If I recall, you said you was puppy sitting. I imagine puppy sitting demands a lot of resources there in the moment. All right. I remind myself of how long I want to bake these. I don't think they need to be probably the same temperature, but for probably twice as long. Let me see. I think they're gonna go for like 45 minutes or so. How long to bale? That's right, not bake. How long to bale small potatoes? Fucking Discord notifications getting into my search engine there. How long to bake small potatoes at 400? There we go. Roast some little potatoes. Yes. Yes. 25 minutes? That doesn't seem like enough time. But what do I know? Maybe that is enough. Prep time, total time. Ugh. I hate the ad-riddled cooking pages where you can't just jump straight to the recipe. Okay, so we want, if that's 425, I can put these in whenever. I think this asks for the same temperature as the cauliflower, so I'll put the potatoes in when we do the cauliflower at the same time, since they both ask for 425 temp, and the potatoes will take 35 minutes. Okay. Got that down, not a bother. Jack of all trades knife. Oh yeah, I love this knife. It's like a hybrid butcher and chef's knife all in one. I like the weight, kind of does everything I need it to. But I love this one too. Like I end up busting out the big dog daddy. See how small the handle is compared to that blade? That weight does a lot of chopping and scooping. It's thick. It's one that's, I don't know, the only knife I have that feels a little weird holding the way that I like them, you know, holding just above the handle for control, but different purpose. I do like the way it scoops. Of course, we've got the traditionals here, the old standards. Once upon a timeline, I did work in a, I'll say commercial kitchen. It was more or less, yeah, it was a little bistro in my hometown that had a bakery attached. I was making like bread bowls and nut breads and that sort of thing. I was originally a dishwasher and then worked my way into like prep and then making like Monte Cristos and Reubens and then occasionally like pasta, steaks, burgers, everything that was on the menu. So I got a little training early on, but I can't say like, I was trained by 5-star chefs. It was just a kitchen that tried to do everything. I had a little bit of exposure that was pretty beneficial for, say like, cooking for friends after high school or throughout college or something like that. I'll hit these spuds with a little EVOO and then we'll give them a toss with some tongs. Make sure they work every time. Remember seeing those extra special Japanese kitchen knives? Well, I'm not much of a cook. I always wanted one of those. I think it's worth having at least one good knife that you can return to because they're easy to clean. They're gonna pretty well stay sharp on you. If not, they're easy to sharpen. But yeah, definitely worth having in the inventory. Because that may not be a static thing. You know, not cooking that often. That can always change. Let's hit these with a little smoked paprika and garlic and rosemary. So I've got garlic outside. I've got rosemary outside. Welcome home. I am. So I don't know I'll be able to join you at the gym unless we've got, I don't know, got a couple of hours to go. I would love to. Not really, no. But we're getting close. Well, I mean, outside of what's left over in there, yes, but not. Unfortunately, no. Is it really? No. Okay, I was looking at the time. It's only 7:42. But yeah, so I'll have macaroni and cheese out of the oven in 9 minutes, 30 seconds, which is delicious. It's just baking. So that'll be ready to eat, and then I'm gonna throw these potatoes in with cauliflower, and that'll take another 45 minutes or so. Okay. Now I have rosemary outside and then some minced garlic kind of ready to go that I'm gonna toss with the spuds. Though I am kind of worried about what pans I have to use. I have a lot of those. I'll have to get creative with, maybe this will be big enough. I mean, it's just one head of cauliflower, so it's not gonna take up that much space, but yes. There we go.
Scissors and a knife.
And I know I've got the scissors out. Am I looking at them? Are they moved? Oh yeah. And a knife. He is a sharp knife. as always, had every intention of getting started a little bit earlier and then couldn't. Let's do quick toss of the EVOO with the spuds, and then we'll throw in the paprika and some garlic, and I should have some dry rosemary over here I can throw down. Yeah, best practice to keep the cloves in the exterior. I mean, some vampires don't pay attention to the lore-based invitation-only rule. And those are the fun vampires. All right, smoked paprika down. Let's hit them with a little salt and pepper. Ha! Lid gave me a little pinch. Okay, and what else? Oh yeah, the garlic. Yeah, I'm glad we had that as a backup. There it is. Yeah, but when this is all done, we'll have, like usual, we'll have some goodies to eat on for a few days. We can package up. One of the recipe calls for a green tahini sauce. Did you look at any of these? So we've got a vegan mac and cheese with like a thick panko crumble on the top, and then we have these two things. So crispy cauliflower tacos, green tahini. That's just the recipe for the green tahini sauce.
Yeah.
But I figured the tahini sauce, we can use it for the spuds that I've decided to add, and then I'm gonna do this crumble with just onions and garlic that we can add to any of this.
Did you get a new apron?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've had it for a few weeks. Since the emo makeover stream, I bought the black apron for the emo makeover stream, so I wore it then.
Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be great. I'm excited.
It came pre-S&M strap looking. I didn't put my collar on, but you know. Here is what's in the oven that's going to come out in, well, hopefully the timer's still going. I think we had like a few minutes left, but there's what's in
About 5
there.
more minutes.
Okay. So yes, even though I have real garlic behind me and the garlic powder in front of me, I am not above using the pre-minced jar. So give that a toss, and then do we have rosemary in there? I think we've still got dried rosemary. I don't know. Might have run out.
I think we ran out actually.
Well, I've got thyme. Thyme we like. And I mean, worst case, I'll just go outside and cut some. But we've got a little tarragon. I'll do that. And yeah, we need to buy more dry rosemary. Okay. Well, that's just fine. We will do thyme. After time. Did our playlist stop? I think our playlist stopped. I'm not hearing any musics. Please don't stop the musics. I need it. Looks like it's still going. It's just a quiet tune. Oh. Take it from the top, baby. Okay. Give these a toss. Yeah, I think the tarragon will work well. Considering what we have it paired with, well, you don't want to go too crazy with that. And those look ready to be baked. So let's do... We still have 2.5 minutes for what's in the oven right now for our mac and cheese. I said tarragon? I did say tarragon. We got... tarragon. I don't know how visible that is. Sounds like a dinosaur. It's a sweeter herb, more aromatic than anything, kind of like usually like dried Italian parsley or something like that. It's a little sharper and much more distinctive. It's almost like a mint. It almost behaves like a mint. It's just not that sharp as a mint. It's close to it though. Somewhere between parsley and mint as far as like spectrum goes. To me. I'm not exactly a super taster over here. I don't know. Coat our pan. I don't know what is it about this like baby blue color. I just don't find it all that attractive. It's like a hospital blue. It feels sickly. It's an Aldi tent. Well, then it's. I will besmirch it no further than if it came from Aldi. Aldi is a holy place. No rules against spuds going in it, though, right? Okay. Woof! Mac and cheese are coming out in 40 seconds. Which is good. We can turn the heat up and get our spuds in there pretty quickly. Yeah, I wonder if tarragon goes by another name outside of here, because some spices don't always go by the same names that I would refer to them as here, like, what, coriander or something. Alright, spuds are well dressed here, those are ready to go in the oven, but we want to turn the heat up another 25 degrees. So currently at 400. Now we take the food out. Mac and cheese time, baby. Though, I don't want to burn my mitts. Oh, we've already got these on. Good call. Where can I set these lids? Okay, these are gonna go over here. Biggest kitchen we've ever had. Not finding a way to run out of room. Ooh, that's got a nice little tinge to the top. There's our mac and cheese with a golden crispy crust on the top. Golden crispy panko crunch on the top. That is gonna be a multi-sensory delight. The aroma is already pretty solid. Nina, would you like a bowl of this crunchy vegan mac and cheese? Sí, por favor, okay. Ooh, done bumped my camera. Tarragon is just tarragon, and it should have a subtle, welcome back, culture. All right, let's punch through over here. We'll do a first reveal. Crump reveal. More exciting than any gender reveal. Promise you that. Crunch! Ooh, that is satisfying. It thickened up. It thickened up real nice. Thickened up real nice. Ready? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So this is, remember the mac and cheese at Spiral Diner? Mm-hmm. This is pretty close. I added a little chipotle Tabasco, and it's got the vegan cheese, which is basically margarine, and then a lot of nutritional yeast. But we taste tested as we went. I was pretty happy with it. Jeez, that looks delicious. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to try a bite. I'm gonna try a bite, and hopefully not scald my tongue, but worth it. It's still kind of sweet, but I like it. What's your assessment? Yeah? I'm most pleased with this. Thank you, Heather. All right, we can set this aside. I think I've still got the burner over here on warm. So, all the burners are on for that matter. Okay, we'll leave that back here. And keep our spuds there. What are we gonna prepare? The cauliflower. We're gonna get the cauliflower ready. I'm gonna turn our oven temperature up another 25. We are proud. I'm proud of me. Maybe not for hitting the mic. Hopefully that wasn't too loud, but I'm proud of me. We did a new thing. Can I not just increase the oven temperature? I guess I can. Just turn it off and back on. Clear off and bake and go to 425. You may now put food in me. It's that was fast. How did it get from 400 to 425 that quickly? Because it's a nice fucking oven, that's how. Cauliflower I don't have out yet. I need to double check the recipe and make sure I think a lot of the spices that we have out right now we're gonna reuse, so I haven't put really any of those away. I do wish I could give you all a bowl, really. I think it would make you happy inside. These crispy cauliflower tacos are packed with flavor, and the cauliflower has an amazing crunch to it. Author, she likes food. She likes food, and we like food. Not as much as she does, but we can come close. We have the goals. I think both of these recipes might have come from the same place. I will drop the links in the food channel in the Discord. Not the snacks channel, the food channel in the Discord. Foodstuffs. We'll drop the links for these after stream in the Discord. So that y'all can make, or if Heather has those handy, then, you know, she can pass those along, you can try your own. Got to get going there, Wolf. It's really nice to meet you. Yeah, I'm glad you found the channel. Thanks for coming by, and welcome back anytime. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna play yet, but usually do retro gaming on Mondays as soon as I can after work. So I try to get started no later than 7:30 p.m. Central, and we'll go for a few hours. So Mondays usually retro gaming. Fridays are usually the cooking streams, but that may be subject to change. And then Sundays. We tend to chat for a good while. So there's kind of the format. So Mondays, Fridays, Sundays is my usual stream schedule, but hope to see you again. And again, if you want an invite to the Discord, just whisper to anybody here and we'll get you in. Cauliflower. to bust this open with our teeth. Only available in the evening, so yeah, that's the same for me. We've got relatively conventional, you know, kind of 9 to 5 situation here. Love using cauliflower florets. I like to steam them and then make tempura with rice flour and club soda. That sounds delicious. That's a lot of the remainder here I could probably use for like a veggie stock or compost. Maybe one of these days we'll commit to composting. I wonder if I can just do the whole head together, or if I need to like really break it open. This is a medium-sized head of cauliflower. I have no point of reference. This is one size fits only. Here's a cauliflower. That's right, Danny, you were gifted a sub by our friendly neighborhood Heatherface. And you deserve it. We rinse our cauliflower over here. So Nina, verdict on the mac and cheese is pretty okay. All right, we got a delicious. Okay. Happy to hear that. Yeah, it's a lot of these recipes we've made the last several times are stuff I want to make again, so I'm excited to have that down. All right, one medium-sized head. I got no complaints for the size of this head. We have some all-purpose flour, which I put away, but I can get that back out. Half cup of plain plant-based milk. This soy boy has oat milk over there. Thank you for the flour. Yeah. We need some comino. I don't have cumin out, but I can. Cumin. Do we have? Yeah, we do. Okay. I think I bought a lot more too. I know we're good on paprika for like, I don't know, 6 years at this point. Did that thing for a while, like every other grocery trip. I think we're out of smoked paprika. I should get some more. And we have like 4 jars of it. Mexican black beans. I did buy some black beans. If I'd made this anytime earlier in the week, I would have had some scratch pintos that I threw together. How much? How many beans? 6 beans, 12 beans, a whole can. That's another can of coconut milk. Frijoles negros. Doesn't really give us a volume. It just says Mexican black beans. And then the green tahini sauce we're gonna make. All right, well, I've got a can of these that I can just strain and rinse. Keep those set aside. We still have granulated onion, yes. Paprika, yes. Salt, yes. Black pepper, yes. I don't know why I'm counting this off, but yes. More panko breadcrumbs, oh good. I don't get tired of those. I didn't mean for that to sound sarcastic, it kind of did. I don't get tired of panko crumbs. But, I mean, genuinely, we just use them for the mac and cheese, so why not use them again for our crispy cauliflower tacos? We have every reason to. I do have some avocado in there. I don't know if it's ready to use, but we'll check. Our oven is set to 425, I'll also check. Start by cutting your cauliflower into florets. For this recipe, I want them to be bite-sized so the tacos are ready to eat. So I guess the thing here is just to, I've not really prepared cauliflower like that before. We'll break this open and go from there. we can just chop off the bottom. I don't want to lose a lot of the bottom. But I do want to make it a little easier for me to cut through and access and identify what we would like to keep out of this. And I thought that would just kind of twist off, but I don't want to get too carried away with that with, you know, a sharp object a few inches to my right. I'm sure it's inevitable I'm gonna get a nasty gash on one of these cooking streams, but I prefer it not to be today. See where this takes us. Okay. I had a feeling that was gonna be pretty messy pretty quickly, but messes can be cleaned. Believe in me. I believe in you. I think we just want to break these off like that right here. That looks like cauliflower that you'd see at a salad bar. Let's do that again. I don't know, 67 more times. Yeah. It's kind of out of view of a lot of yous. And I can probably cut those down a little more too. I love the way this grows. It's really fascinating how that all spreads out and grows from the earth. All these nice little pillowy pods. Do I have... I probably want to drop these in another mixing bowl. Which, a lot of mine may be dirty right now. We ran the dishwasher though, so maybe not. Use a little one. Had to call both dads. Happy Dad Day to the Heather Daddies. If they have had any influence in shaping your upbringing and personality, I am grateful to them. Let's see, we'll break those down a little smaller as we come back around. I think primarily I just want to get this all separated. And here's the thing, like the recipe, it says tacos, right? But I said earlier, I don't have any of the, I don't have any tortillas to make tacos with. So these are gonna end up just getting roasted and going in like a bowl. We'll do taco bowls instead. I think this last little bit we can just kind of twist off. There we go. Really capitalize on that last twist there. This one's from me. That's good cauliflower. We've made like cauliflower steaks before. I say steaks in air quotes, I mean they really were steaks, but it wasn't like a London broil by any means. It was just a cauliflower steak. It came out delicious. But sort of like whenever you make really big portobellos or anything like that, skillet based, it's just not super filling. You end up wanting 5 times that amount. Honestly, I think with the exception to a couple of these that came out a little too thick, even Now, I said earlier it's rare to find a place where we find ourselves qualifying something as too thick. Some of these are too thick for a taco bowl. With exception to a few of those, I think we're mostly pretty good to go. Portion-wise, I'm probably gonna wish I had one more of those to tear down, but can always go back and get more. I think I'm pretty happy with what we have here. All right, these I'm gonna set aside and we're gonna use the same mixing bowl to mix everything else. I've got a baking tray over yonder. You can't see it, it's make-believe, but it does exist. I'm gonna clean up this space a little bit. Do I need, I guess I don't need those other burners on right now. Turn those off and save a couple of watts. Size queen, I have my times, I have my moments. It's about as full as I can get that wastebasket. Well, in between the next break, I can do something about that. Do something. I will. I will do something. All right, what are we throwing in here? Add flour and all the spices to the large bowl and mix. Then add the milk and whisk again until a thick batter has formed. And add all of your cauliflower to the bowl and with the batter and mix until all pieces of the cauliflower are covered in the batter. Batter sounds like such a naughty word. It's all about intent, right? Let's use a half cup of all-purpose flour. So half cup here. That's a little wet. Wet's not usually a problem, but in this case, with adding flour to a cup, we want this pretty dry. Does it say half? Yeah, that's a half. Yeah, that looks like a lot of flour. Kind of is. There's our half cup of flour. Half cup of plain plant-based milks. So we have that. We have that ready to go. Non-dairy original. I always worry about like vanilla flavoring being added, but I think in this case we're fine. I don't know why that's like the default additive for a lot of nut milks. Is like, it's original, by the way, it's vanilla. If you want actually unsweetened non-vanilla, you have to look for that description. I realized I had that flour up to the fill line and not the actual half cup line, so I'm gonna add a little more liquid to make sure I've got an equal ratio of ingredients there. It's gonna be more than we need for the cauliflower, but that's okay. And then the other seasonings are gonna be, well, everything I mentioned. Yeah, I think it's thickening up really quickly. Got a nice paste here. All right, so we want a teaspoon of cumin. Teaspoon of cumin. Okay. that goes a long way. Teaspoon of cumin. Teaspoon paprika. May as well keep it up smoked since we've been using that the whole time. Teaspoon paprika. Teaspoon granulated garlic, which we're almost out of that actually. Teaspoon granulated garlic. Onion, follow up the same measurement. Is it half? Half teaspoon. I'll do half of that, okay. Food Daddy, I live to serve. I love to serve. Welcome in, Felonious. How are you? We have prepared our vegan baked mac and cheese. It's over yonder, just cooling down, getting ready to eat. We're on step 2 of our crispy cauliflower tacos with green tahini sauce. We're making a coating for our cauliflower before we drop it in the oven because I've also got some spuds over here that I decided to add on. You know, it's kind of a little ad hoc recommendation by me for me. There's some spuds over here with a little tarragon on them. Like these right here. These right here. They're gonna go in with the cauliflower once we've got that all ready. All right, we've got paprika. We want to do salt, black pepper, panko breadcrumbs. I don't think the breadcrumbs need to go in this mix right now, do they? The mix for this recipe, you want to be bite-sized. Yeah. Add the milk and whisk again until the batter has formed. Okay, add your cauliflower to the bowl. Doesn't say anything about the panko crumbs yet, but we do want to add salt and pepper, so let's do that. I'll probably finish with more pepper too. Y poquito sal is over here. All right, here's our salt. Don't like using a lot of that really. Tend to keep most of my creations tend to be pretty low sodium. We get a pretty color out of that, don't we? It's already the top of the hour again. Have mercy. Yeah, I think the plan on this end is after we get all of the cauliflower nice and coated, there'll be a little more of a viable space for the panko crumbs to stick to, so we'll give them a dusting, proper dusting. Now, my other mixing bowl that I would prefer to use right now is not clean, so this is gonna be kind of tight. It's gonna be a little tight. That's all right. I'll do a little bit at a time. Don't think I need you in the way anymore. At risk of spilling a bag of flour is not the thing I want to clean up, particularly right now. I've already made a mess in this kitchen once this week. I don't want to do that again. By mess, I mean bigger than I had ever originally planned for, versus the predictable, manageable mess of what just cleaning results or cooking results in anyway. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the ad disclaimer, the warning, and let everybody know the 3-minute ad break is coming up, but we ain't going nowhere. Pinned by Sultry, do you booty clap? When was that pinned? How long has that been there? Question of the day. QOTD, do you booty clap? You've come to the right place. What's new, booty clap? Whoa, 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 whoa. It's my favorite Tom Jones song. Come on, Twitch, behave. All right, 3 minutes of ads is running now. And I'll be right here. And we be gentle with our stirring here so we don't break all of this beautiful cauliflower any further than we've already manipulated it. This is fitting to be good, I tell you what. What I tell you? Let's do that there. That's coated for the most part. If you see me reaching behind my back and fidgeting a little bit, one, I'm playing with my butt. Two, I'm cleaning my hands. I've got my dish rag hanging out my back pocket. All right, those are looking properly coated through and through. I wonder, this can't be too dissimilar from making like cauliflower buffalo wings. And a nice little creamy base to dress these in, and then add like a buffalo sauce to bake them. Which, if anybody hasn't had those before, like cauliflower is an excellent substitute for buffalo wings if you're more or less following the same recipe but using cauliflower. Got a little bit there that I think could be better coated. But for the most part, this ratio turned out fine. All right, let's add these to the pan and then top with our panko crumb. I think that's next. These bake for a lot longer than those potatoes, though. The potatoes will come out about 30 minutes earlier. I like to add about a half cup of thyme and stir well between each addition. I also like to add some extra salt once I mix everything up. I don't think I'm going to be adding any more salt. So this is going to go in, once we pan this up, coat it with panko, it's going to go in for about an hour. At about the 25-minute, 30 mark, we're going to toss everything and then set it back in. Kind of looks like I can put the potatoes in. I can either start them early or I can put them in whenever we gotta stir the cauliflower the second time. But no, I'm gonna put them in at the same time. Let's put them in at the same time. I'm gonna clear off my cooking space because I need more cooking space to start the last thing I want to make is the crumble, the veggie crumble. So I'm gonna give myself a little more space for that. Oh yeah, where do the black beans come in this? Why does this want black beans again? Oh yeah, we still have to make the sauce. We have to make the tahini sauce, that's right. I guess the black beans are a part of that. Oh, I see what's going on. The black beans are just a side for the tacos. Gotcha. Char, heat your tortillas, spread with black beans, add cauliflower and green tahini sauce, top with all your favorite taco toppings. Gotcha. Okay. Then what I may do is I could do the black beans as like a layer with the veggie crumble and the onions and the garlic. You can just kind of have a layer with all of that. Because then it's something we can eat on its own or add to the tacos. I think I'm gonna do that. All right, so let's get these on a pan. And potatoes, it's not my first potato rodeo. We done cooked up some spuds on some previous strims here. Not totally unpredictable, especially when they're this small. We'll give them the fork check. Fork check, vibe check. They're not going to take an hour. They're not going to take as long as it says this cauliflower is supposed to take. There's one that I am a little dubious about the time for the cauliflower, but I don't want to over or underestimate anything for that matter. I'll rotate these around, get them nice and upright.
It's so sticky.
All right.
It's panko time.
No, Dad, not again. No, it's panko time. More of your favorite taco toppings. So more taco on my taco? Yes. Oops, triple taco. And we're gonna dust everything with panko. Now I like the fusion approach here. Like, yeah, we're making taco bowls, but we're also keeping it like a hybrid fusion of Mexican and Greek inspiration here. Okay, I think I like what those are looking like. Like with most things that we tend to make here, the verbiage I like to use is relatively healthy. Like we're not eating deep fried bullshit every time, but we're also not eating, you know, raw veggies every single time either. Like, all right, these are gonna go in for how long? Not always hitting it raw. Let's see, we're gonna do the amazing green tahini sauce next, and then I'm guessing that tahini sauce doesn't take very long to whip together. I lost my next step here. All right, so 55 minutes, and then stir these at 25. So toss these at 25. I'll set these on my keyboard. There we go. Yeah, feel the heat coming off of that. All right, spuds are in, cauliflower's in. We've got 425 temp. We're gonna set the timer for 25 minutes now. Oh shit, not quite there. Timer 25:00. Start. Okay. Now what can I clean up along the way? I can get rid of several things here. I don't think I need this anymore. I might though, I might need the whisk for the tahini sauce, so I'll just keep everything rinsed and ready. Not get too carried away with the deep clean just yet. I think there's probably a couple things I can set aside. Well, let's just reevaluate before I start putting everything away, because I may need to keep something out that I'm actually gonna need. Well, oops, all tacos sounds like a great time. Those are, that's how I host my dinner parties. That's the foundation for a successful dinner party. Oops, all tacos. All right, I think I'm done with that, but do I have a smaller bowl that I can mix everything in? Let's see. Probably get a glass bowl I can use, because I'm gonna end up wanting to keep that chilled and serviceable, and this looks good. I like you. I like the way you're looking at me. All right, let's use that. Let's use this glass bowl. We are not running ads anymore, are we? I can turn that text off. Running ads? I'm not sticking around here. Well, I'll have you know, that's fabrication. Ads have gone from this place. We've met that woeful obligation. Half cup tahini, half cup water, half cup packed fresh cilantro leaves, half cup packed fresh Italian parsley leaves, 2 cloves garlic, juice of 1 large lime or 2 small limes, 1 tablespoon tamari or soy sauce, 45 slices of pickled jalapeños or fresh jalapeno to taste, and a 1/4 tablespoon ground cumino, that's cumin, y algo, sal, and black pepper. Okay. Add all ingredients to a blender and slowly turn on blend until a creamy sauce is formed, and you can no longer see any whole pieces of cilantro or parsley. Okay, well, we blending then, baby. Hang around, baby, baby. Hang around, baby, baby. Hang around, baby. We are blending tahini for you. Yeah. 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 And we're plugging that in. Okay. Get that out of the way. Yeah, dirty thing. How many cloves of garlic? 2 cloves of garlic? Okay. And grab a couple of other things while I'm over here. I have lemon, onion, lime. There's our garlic. And this doesn't call for onion. I'm getting onion for later. All right. Large lime or 2 small limes? I think these qualify as 2 small limes. They're kind of funky. Oh, it's just the juice, though. Okay, so we're not concerned with zesting these in there. I guess if we want a little more punch into that, we'll add some zest. The lemon I don't need. Get the funk out of here with that lemon. We don't need that lemon. Let's give a different knife a try here. Ooh, that's feeling kind of flame. It's feeling kind of flame for a lemon, or for a lime, excuse me. Limon. It'll still juice. Now, I know it looks counterintuitive, but we're gonna put the lime like that. Actually, round side up. That's why it looks counterintuitive. So round side up in the squeezer. And we'll get some nice juice out of that. The light shorts blended with my skin tone. You are the second person to say that. Well, I think, yeah, the culture may have been away. Getting his own dad's celebration. When the other feedback came in, I'll use a less, apparently my skin tone on camera is tangerine shorts, so I'll not wear the tangerine shorts on camera again. I'll wear my light blues and add some contrast. I am not worried about the extra juice getting in here. Little fun factorino for anyone in the chat who didn't know, though. Yeah, you can totally viable option nuking your citrus a little tiny bit. Okay, there's our 2 limes, 2 little tiny baby limes, and then our garlic. Oh, this is looking kind of haggard. Let me see what's the structural integrity of our cloves, what that's gonna look like here, because this is maybe just like some smaller pieces remaining such that I'm gonna want more than just 2. I'm very pro garlic and garlic accessories. Ah, those look all right. Yeah, I'm gonna use 3 of these. All right, let's dry that off a little bit. Clean my blade. That was a nice little crunch. Alright. The last one should just wiggle right out of there. Now come on and wiggle. There we go. Nothing to cut off of that one. That one, we want to lose a little bit of that heel. That one looks all right. And this one, yeah. Okay. There's our garlic. Half cup tahini, half cup water. Half cup, half cup. Let's go ahead and do our water and then the tahini. Steady as she goes. All right, water. Tahini. Do I have the tahini out? I thought I brought that out. Are you hiding behind my lentils? There you are. There you are, Heaney. There you are, Heaney. So I like the. I mean, it already has garlic, but they sell. Sprouts does sell a jar of tahini without anything added. You just get plain. But I like it with the roasted garlic already added. It's what I'm used to. But I usually, even outside of making this recipe, I would have this on hand, because it's nice to get a few plops of and then whisk with basically exactly what this recipe is asking for. I've used lemon or lime juice, and then whisk that with like garlic powder, onion powder, whatever you think is gonna behave well with what you're pairing it with. You're probably right about what you're gonna add to it. Intuition will get you a long way. It's because it's tahini they're pine nuts, because it's a nut-based ingredient. Initially, it looks a little pasty. It looks kind of like not too dissimilar from like a peanut butter type substance, but as you whisk it with everything else, it tends to thin out pretty well. And in this case, sounds like it's going to be a super yummy taco sauce. But like when I've made the lamb burgers before, which you can use with like ground turkey if you want to. Taking the ground turkey and then have like minced onion, garlic, and mushrooms, and mold those into your patties. And then as you're making your patties with your ground meat, whatever that is, and again, I found this recipe with lamb, mold your patties with the minced onion, the garlic, and the mushrooms, and then make a little pocket and fold in a couple of pieces of like a blue cheese crumble, and then fold that over, and then cook those down and make some little burgers. And once the burgers are done, perfect topping is like a little tahini sauce. Let's see, I've got a spoon over here I can use. Even this just says to add water and whisk. Sesame seeds, yeah, I said pine seeds, and I said pine nuts, didn't I? All right. A half cup of this. Okay. We've already added our water. All right, half cup tahini, half cup of water, half cup cilantro, and Italian parsley. All right, I've got that set aside. All right, I think that's the last time I need to use a measuring cup for the evening. So true with this guy. Let's get our parsley and cilantro.
That's basil. We don't need basil. Get out of here, basil. I don't like you right now. Italian parsley is good. There's some thyme. There's some oregano. There's some cilantro. There's some more Italian parsley. I tell you what, we are Italian parsley rich. He's Italian parsley rich right now. We'll use the rest of that. It wants half a cup. Okay. Let's go with about like it right here. Let's see where that takes us. Cilantro. Now I'm thinking this entire package is going to be half a cup, but we'll see. Now, most of the flavor is going to be in the stems. Right down there, not up here. Believe it or not. So we're just gonna use all that. Because it's really not very much. Okay, jalapenos. I do have, since we're using fresh, I'll just use one jalapeno versus the 4 to 5 that it's asking for if we had pickled, which I don't have pickled jalapenos. I'm surprised out of all of the pickled products that I have taken a liking to, pickled jalapenos were never one of them. Which is kind of strange considering the amount of like, I don't know, shitty quick assembly nachos that I had when I was a kid. One of the quickest items added onto a quick and shitty nacho serving was pickled jalapenos when I was a kid. I was more than accustomed to them. What is a quick and shitty nacho thing? Well, that's you're literally just taking like Tostitos brand chips and throwing them in the microwave with like
Kraft cheese shredded over it, just enough to melt the cheese, and then throwing pickled jalapenos on the top. That is a quick and shitty nacho. What I'm going to do here is do a quick devein, de-seed of these because I'm very pro-spice, but in this case I don't want to overwhelm spice out of this lovely little flavor, so we're going to take out a lot of the heat here by de-seeding and deveining these. Maybe not 100%, but almost entirely. That right there is going to be a lot of the heat removed. All right. Now we don't need to do too much work because the blender is going to take care of the rest, but I'll go ahead and just prep those for us. And do the blender solid before it does us a liquid. All right. My favorite streamer's got food jokes. I just purchased pickled jalapenos and nacho cheese. Yeah, I'm not besmirching anybody's preference to enjoy them. But I will say my dad, when I was a kid, was a pretty low-effort cook, and that was one thing that was probably not something that a developing adolescent would need to eat or be recommended as part of their dietary intake on a weekly, multi-weekly basis. But as a snack, zang. All right, we have everything we need. I think cumin, we need to add cumin, salt, and pepper. Oh, and soy sauce. Forgot the soy sauce. Forgot the freaking soy sauce over here. I say soy. We're using liquid aminos. Remember liquid aminos? Yeah, when I was a kid, it was either like a tombstone, like a cheap tombstone pizza, or the nachos thing. He learned to cook more over time, so I can't whinge too much about that, but it definitely awakened my affinity for cooking as soon as I had the kind of wherewithal and the means and the ingredients to do a little more than just like experimenting with making ramen taste different, you know? Just 1 tablespoon of that. Okay, well, maybe a little extra. All right, so cumin, salt, pepper. I am definitely gonna need to buy some more cumin. Cumin. Salt. And that's thyme. Where is my other little black pepper? Where did my black pepper go? Oh, there you are. That was, use about 2 to 3 teaspoons of salt and a 1/4 teaspoon of black pepper. Okay. So not that much. All right, I think we are ready to blend. How are we doing on time? We've got about 5 minutes until we want to check on the potatoes and stir our cauliflower. Now for this, pour into a container with a lid and store. Okay, tahini consistency. Blend until a creamy sauce is formed and you can no longer see any whole pieces of cilantro or parsley. Tahini consistency can be different across brands, so if your sauce looks a little too thick, you can add more water. That's true. You can always add a little more water to dilute it. And this keeps for about a week, so cool. Will it blend? Will it blend? This looks pretty. This looks very pretty. All right, let's see what it looks like here. No longer seeing any whole pieces. Well, I'm certainly not seeing any whole pieces. I'm seeing a lot of tiny pieces. All right, here's what we're working with. The coloration on my, no wonder my shorts look flesh toned when they're actually like a bright tangerine orange. This is not as green as it looks. I mean, it is green tinged, but it's not as green as it looks on my monitor. But I like the way that looks. I like the viscosity of that. But do we like the taste? Most importantly, are we gonna like the taste? We'll find out soon enough. I'll use one of these spoons that I've kept out here. Ooh. Oh, that's wild. As much as I did to try to like tame the jalapeno, it's still pretty spicy. That's a testament to a good Texas jalapeno, tell you what. All right, but that's blended to closest to perfection as I'll ever be able to define. Got a few minutes, 2.5 minutes left on our spuds there, so the timing on this worked out pretty well. Dun, 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 dun. Let's add extra something to get that out. Get all that out. I don't need those anymore. Let's see, let's use a bigger spoon here. There we go. Okay, now you can get a better sense of what we're working with there. Now, if I wanted to kind of tone down the heat on the jalapeno, and I don't, but if I wanted to, I just whisk in a little more tahini. And let that capsaicin have a little more room to spread out. But I'm pretty happy with the heat level on that as it is. So no complaints. Let's move a lot of this stuff over. Kitchen cleanup post-stream is gonna be fun. Wherever we raid, I'm just gonna have to show up and be like, hi and bye. Hi, good to see you. Happy to bring the raid train on over here. I've got a lot of cleanup to do. No offense, no offense. Okay, bye. Now we can pull out the stuff from our oven. All right, here's our first check on spuds. There's our amazing green tahini sauce. And basically everything that we're throwing together is ready. We've got the mac and cheese, we've got the cauliflower down. We're about to stir that. And our spuds. Let's move this back over here for what we're about to take out of the oven. And then we'll reset our timer. Woo! You have to feel that heat. See the glasses fog up there? All right. There's our spuds. Spuds are very probably done. But we'll give them a definitive check. So they may need another 5 minutes. That was 25 minutes. Now the cauliflower is asking to be tossed. It already looks pretty good. I'm gonna give the cauliflower a quick toss though. We've got some silicone covered tongs here that we can give everything a gentle rotation here for another 25 minutes. Ooh, I like that. Got some extra crumb cheese. Some extra crumb cheese going on there. I don't mind that. I don't mind having a couple, 2 extra crumb cheese to chew on. Every blessed meal, may it be a multi-sensory, excitatory experience. Especially with crumb cheese. It ain't quite a Long John Silver's crumb cheese situation here, but I think we're in the ballpark. All right, let's get those back in there. Let me break those apart just a little bit. I like the way they're getting along, but it's gonna be hard to put all that in one bite. All right, let's keep those. Gotta keep them separated. Okay. Those are going back in. Let's do 25 minutes again. Time 25:00 on. Back on the top, and let's put a fork in the spuds before we do anything else. Oh yeah. Ooh. 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 That's just fine. That's just fine. It's hot as fuck, but it's just fine. All right, spuds are done. Spuds we can set aside. Next to our mac and cheese, and now I can cook the remainder of our good stuff here. Which this next part should go by pretty quickly. So I'm gonna leave the camera where it is. I'm gonna introduce the Big Dog Daddy skillet and put this on in medium-low heat. I am going to do a quick rough chop on a whole white onion. The potatoes are really good. Oh, I should have dunked it. I should have dunked it in the green tahini sauce that we have over here. That's why we made them. It's all right. Lentils and everything else I think I'll end up making tomorrow. But we're gonna do our vegan crumble here. Give that a quick wipe down. Okay. It's looking pretty green. Let's see how the rest of it looks. I'm gonna minimize the number of layers I'm gonna lose there. Okay. And the time remaining for our cauliflower to finish should be enough time for us to finish our vegan crumble, because this little soy protein crumble, I mean, it's already cooked. We're just warming it. So really all we're doing is cooking the onion down and everything else that we want to include flavor profile-wise with that pseudo ground meat situation. Better believe I'm gonna throw in those extra jalapeno leftovers with this. Okay, let's see how ready that oil is. I think, yeah, it's pretty warm. Okay. Gone, baby, gone. It's over here again. We're doing amazing, sweetie, and I haven't even broken a sweat yet. I'm staying cool. Welcome in, Dana. Happy Sunday to you, cowgirl. Where are my scissors? Well, I guess I don't need them. I've got my knife over here. Yeah, we're down to the last, finally, we're down to the last sort of entree item that we need to put together. All right. Where did I set those? Ah. We can get the little vegan crumblies out of there. And I'm going through using all my favorite utensils here. We'll use old Woody. We'll introduce a good old Woody here. Now, we're not gonna overdo the onions, just gonna get them to a point where they're just about translucent, and then we'll add the garlic. As soon as we can smell the garlic, then we're gonna add in our crumble. And again, it's just a soy protein little crumble there, so ready-made, quick assembly. I'm gonna hit that with some, probably what leftover cumin that I have, what little leftover cumin that I have is probably gonna go into that. What stream did you walk in? I'd say it's a pretty baseline one for me. I don't know. I haven't been too naughty. Just the appropriately relatively vanilla amount of naughty. Suppose, since the other recipe called for it, we'll add some black beans. The only thing I don't love about black beans is they tend to be pretty overwhelming on the flavor profile, but I think I know what I can do about that. I'm gonna turn this heat down just a slight bit. Come on now, this little can opener is having a hard time maintaining friction. Let's see, rinse I sure wish I could feed some of y'all. But a lot of this, I mean, you followed along every granular detail. There were no quick edits here, being a live broadcast and all. You've seen how to make this. You've probably noted along the way what you would rather do instead, preparation-wise or ingredient-wise, and you have full ability. You are enabled to do those things. I have got the black beans in a little colander over here, giving them a quick rinse. We'll set those aside until we're ready to throw those in. I may have like a pico I can throw in. Okay, those are starting to look pretty very ready actually. Turn the heat down a little more and add a splash of extra oil. Let me see if I have what I think I have, like some easy diced tomatoes. Oh, I like this actually. We can do some green chilies and I don't have a lot of time here. Okay, let's do some green chilies and let's do, these are gonna be great actually. I've got some little tiny baby heirloom tomatoes I can throw in here. I think those are gonna be just fine. So let's do a quick can of the green chilies with our garlic. And we'll cook that in with everything too. Since we're adding the beans, and I don't want everything to just be overwhelmed by black bean flavor. All right, there's our green chilies. Just an easy little quick can of Trader Joe's green chilies. Doesn't have to be Trader Joe's, doesn't have to be green chili. You can use green tomatoes in this case if you want to. I think that would be a swell addition. Throw down some bell peppies if you want to. Now, I know earlier I said I was gonna add the garlic. I still intend to add some garlic, but first I'm gonna throw in a little extra tomato citrusy goodness here for us to play with. Again, to help reduce the overwhelm of those black beans. I'm not going to do too many of those, so we can have some fresh remaining for when we actually make like the taco bowls, because I think I want to keep some fresh uncooked tomatoes to throw on the top there for a nice little sunny burst of fresh sweet citrus. Especially these little things are, there you get it better. They're not cherry tomatoes, but they are little heirlooms, and they are so sweet, and they're pretty meaty. They're not super seedy, and yeah, those are really sweet. That was a good idea. Okay. It's not too much of those. We can go ahead and add our crumble here. Crumble is pretty low effort. You just want to get it in there, break it apart. After you've got it broken, then you can kind of add everything else you want to include flavor-wise. So in this case, it's mainly just going to be the cumin and a little smoked paprika, because we've got both of those things in everything that we've made so far. And so what we like to do when you're making multiple entrees that are going to pair together is have some similar flavor profiles with everything. And look at that, it breaks apart just fine, just real easy like. I'm glad that we chose to use old Woody. Yeah. We have a Tut-Tut in stream. We have a wild Tut-Tut in stream. Welcome in, Tut. Catch you up to speed. We are doing a fully vegan menu this evening. So we made some vegan baked macaroni and cheese that turned out amazing. That's what we started with. I've got some baked little russet potatoes over here that we did in some tarragon and some garlic and smoked paprika. I have in the oven right now some cauliflower roasting. We've got some green tahini that we mixed up as like a topping for all of it. And who we laying some love on? I'm gonna shout out Emma Cartoon, shout out her and Twitch.tv's own Manic Socratic. Welcome in, Manic. Dun, 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 dun. All right, now is the perfect time to go ahead and add our cumino. Another reminder that I need to buy more of this. Very, very close to running out. And as with everything that we've used so far, a little bit goes a long way. So that was probably a tablespoon, or just shy of a whole one. Let me throw a few more of these jalapeno seeds in here too. What we deveined, de-seeded from creating our tahini. I'm gonna just go ahead and add into that for a little extra heat. Also, another more rationale for balancing out the overwhelm of the black beans that we're gonna add. Adding the black beans next to last because they're already cooked. They just need to be warmed up. I'm gonna throw down some minced garlic here, finally. Stir that in. Maybe about 2 tablespoons worth. There's an instance where I'm not using fresh garlic, even though we did use fresh earlier. Choose your own adventure with that. A little salt, a little pep. Un poquito sal, a little pep. Honestly, I'm bigger on finishing salt and pepper than anything else. So if you're not too generous with adding it as you go, I mean, the day is not lost. Nor is your entree. But yes, may the fates be fortunate to us such that Emma Cartoon can return to Streamland Dreamland one day soon. And for those curious, you heard it correctly. I did reference that the Manic Socratic out there does stream on occasion. Keeping good company on that side of Twitch, and maybe just maybe is arriving on the other side of another on-call stint so that he is able to bring us those tasty streams. Those tasty, tender streams. Alright, I can turn the heat down on that again. And we can get our black beans in there after I'm gonna let that sit for about a minute. We still have 9 minutes remaining on our cauliflower that's in the oven. So I can start to put away a lot of this. If I were a mod. Well, I have a rare opportunity in the cooking stream where my hands are neither dirty and I have full dexterity. To where I can extend that blessing. So many other occasions throughout the cooking streams, I am both of those things. I'm over encumbered and I'm nasty. I'm too nasty to shout you out like that. But here's the thing. I think the verbal endorsements carry a lot of chutzpah. That's already looking pretty good. It's already looking pretty good. I'm gonna make some room here to drop the black beans there in the middle. We're gonna stir those together. And here they come. Okay, we pitched that. And these just need a little warming. I'm tempted to add a little tarragon like I did with the potatoes, but with this, I think it's not really gonna need it since everything is gonna get like a little spoonful of tahini on the top. So we're not going to be shy of some flavor balancing. We've got a lot of kind of earthy flavors in this. I think like darker and brighter. We've got like a lot of darker flavors in this, and then tahini's going to be a little bit brighter to balance everything out. And we've got the savory box checked with our mac and cheese over there. The crumbles are tasting pretty good. I can tell once again, the jalapeños are very present. But taking the eldest for a driving lesson. Ooh. No stream watching and driving lesson at the same time. For certain. All right, this is all pretty well done. And good on you for getting those hours in for driving. For those that pursued getting a driver's license in the States, did you do the at-home instruction, or did you have that facilitated like through your school? Driver's ed, as it were. We had, I think myself and a handful of other people were like the last class of driver's ed for this sweet old feller who was just perpetually smiling, named G.D. Anderson. Oh, G.D. Anderson was one who barely raised his voice above a whisper. And beyond that, if he thought you were about to exceed 45 miles an hour anywhere, he was pretty generous with hitting that foot brake on the other side. He wouldn't even tell you about it, he'd just do it. And then grin at you, miserably. And there was enough implicit feedback in that gesture and that look alone. But I remember doing that and then hearing friends getting their at-home tutorial hours basically just signed off on a whim. Of course, they get their license faster. I was overall, I think, pretty grateful to have had the in-person instruction and kind of measured out. And really, the only scary thing that was like a huge liability was riding with the other kid. That when we had our first like, hey, here's how you increase your rate of speed, it is normal behavior for, here's your tutorial day for getting on the highway. The whole like on-ramp, off-ramp experience with someone else, another little 17-year-old behind the wheel. That kid almost ran us like directly into the side of an 18-wheeler. I didn't love that, but we survived. Chewbacca! And we're okay. Ooh, I think some of the spices came up there and just tickled the olfactory there. We made sure to get none of that spread. Droplet precautions. We're in droplet precautions over here. None of that went towards the food, so. All right, I can turn the heat off of that. We have 3 minutes on the cauliflower. But yeah, overall grateful to have done the school facilitated tutorial. It was measured, it wasn't rushed, it wasn't bullshit, Salud, thank you for the salud. Gracias for the salud. Looks like we are due for another ad break in 7 minutes, so I'll go ahead while I have the dexterity to control that. We'll go ahead and run what foreseeably will be the last 3-minute ad break of the stream, because we are just shy of pulling out our last object in the oven, plating everything up, and then going on a cute little raid. So let me run this last little ad block and give us a little more playtime. Then we can scooch on out of here. Yeah, that tickle hit me pretty quickly. I don't usually get a lot of warning before I sneeze. It's just how I am. But there, I can at least feel the tickle coming. It was nice to have that kind of precipitating warning. It was a welcome change to my usual, gonna sneeze now, And sorry for all the dishes. I chose the dishes. I chose the extra. I chose to do a little extra. We'd otherwise more or less be done by now. Chose a little extra. To that end, I had one other thing on the docket that I'm not going to do tonight, which was the lentils. I think I'm going to throw some lentils together tomorrow, or some couscous to go with a lot of this. But we're set. We're ready. I will see if I've got an avocado ready. Dishes, I do not mind. I expect them. They're just part of the damn deal. What am I after? Ah, yes. Avocado. We want a little avocado. We'll do a topping. These feel, from the exterior, they feel pretty soft, pretty ready. We will find out soon enough. Ads will be over in a minute and 20. That's too dirty. Dun, dun. Yeah, this avocado looks all right. Slice that and have a little extra topping. I don't want anything sticking here. I do evidently love flicking a nice chunk of that on my oven handle, though. By which I mean I don't love that at all, but easily cleaned. Ew, I stepped on a bean. Ew, I stepped on a bee. And there's our oven. That means that our cauliflower is done. It is ready. Where am I gonna put it? There's a question. Where am I gonna put it? Let me move our camera over here so you can see all the goodness that we have put together this evening. I'm gonna get a look at our mac and cheese. Our ads are over. The ads are Jover. I don't know if I love this angle, but that's what we're working with. All right, that'll do. Let's get these out of the oven. They're assuredly done. Let's see if we get anything over there. Nope, can't see it. That's all right too. Done too much. Done too much. Did I step on another goddamn bean? Those are not the ideal thing to step on. All right, these are nice and toasty. Woo! Okay. I'll just let my glasses defog so I can actually see where I'm navigating these. Ooh, these are nice and crunchy. It's looking nice and crunchy. Let me find another bowl for these. Crunchy! Got some crunchy cauliflower here. I dare say, it's fair to say, that I can turn my oven off now. All right, all my burners are off, oven is off. Let's put some of this pretty little mess on a little plate and get an idea of what a plate looks like. Since we do fancy ourselves some plate presentation. Let me get those there. At 425, even with the best oven mitts, there's only so long you can hang on to something. All right, it looks like I got a little sweeping. Got a little sweeping to do. Sweep action to do in here. What do we want to use? let's use a big plate. I'll use that big plate. Yeah, everything's looking pretty, color spectrum wise, everything looks pretty samey, but I think once we get the tahini on there, it'll brighten things up a little bit. I'm gonna prep a few little pieces of tomato to throw on the top. And avocados. Spoon half of one of these out. Okay. You're not missing much on this side. I'm merely prepping an avocado. I imagine you know how to remove the avocado meat and slice it. If not, I'll show you next stream. Let's see, plate. Une plate. Let's see, how do we want to build a base here? Let's do a side of mac and cheese, side of spuds. And then I think the cauliflower we're gonna throw on top of the bed of our veggie crumble here. Ooh, this crunchy mac and cheese sounds so good. We'll get a little bit of that. That's all right. Something for the spuds, actually. Let's use this. Let's see. I'm trying to get an odd number here. For whatever reason, we like an odd number of objects on our plate when it comes to plate presentation. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't want to get too carried away on the spuds. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's do 7. And protein dense veggie crumble with the black beans, as if we didn't already, as if we needed help, getting a complete protein and a fiber here. All right, and lastly, I'd say lastly, next to lastly, we'll do, I can probably get those by hand. Whee! Okay, we'll do 1, 2, 3 of those, like that. Okay, all right, there's the, we in view here. I'll move everything back over. We'll finish plating up over here. There we go. A little easier balance here. We can finish with a spoonful of tahini. So, I'm just gonna drape that across. Appropriate music. What's sexy music for the final portion here? Okay. Last little bit here. Okay. We're getting closer to an ideal, I think, plate presentation here. So let's finish that with some coarse black pepper. as per usual.
Yo, I'm about to eat.
Yo, I'm about to eat. Damn right, mama. And since we've used so much of it already, we'll dust part of the plate with the most featured ingredient, just because it makes it a little prettier, a little more poppy. If I can get it to sift, there we go. And there we go. There's our plate. A vegan mac and cheese, roasted spuds with tahini, and our cauliflower taco bowl. Done a little bit more like you'd get something from like Kava or Chipotle or something like that. Heather, thank you so much for submitting all of these amazing recipes and inspiring everything else that we were gonna incorporate with it. I am gonna stuff my body meat now with this. Actually, I'm gonna see if Nina wants this plate. Nina, are you watching? Baby girl, are you hungry? Got something for you. Otherwise, if I can't feed Nina with this, I will take this down my own gullet here. I'll take a quick snapshot for us too before I unpretty this plate and send us on a little raid. Portrait mode, go. Oh, that looks good. We'll hit this from the side first, and then we'll do a top down. You can tell I need to eat. I got the shakes, baby. All right. One more time on the dance floor. It was a damn old good time. Thelonious, Heather, Sean, Seltry, Danny, Emma, Culture, everybody who kept us company. Anxiety tonight, bringing a raid over here. Got some new friends made tonight. Got a new sub. Thank you for the Sean. Thank you again for the gifted sub bombs there. You wonderful person. Manic Socratic slid into Hogue Base. I do wonder, does anybody know, before I peek back over, Zombie Phoenix had threatened to do a late night stream, and I don't know if he's been able to do that. Does anybody know if Zombie Phoenix is up? I guess I can open up another tab and see. Panic! Always good to have you too. I know what I'll do. I'll send Homegirl a quick text and see if she wants this. Want to hit this? There we go. We're asking the right questions over here. I just sent her a selfie. You want to hit this? He's on. Zombie is on. Well, easy decision, right? Easy as anything. Yeah. Then I suppose the next step is for me to keep some rituals alive. And turn this tune down and turn the corridors of time up. And, oh yeah, baby, that feels good. Let me get the raid command up for us. Streamer copy pasta. We'll let Zombie Phoenix know that brains that play together stay together. Subbed or unsubbed, use whatever emotes spark joy for you or whatever you have accessible. They don't have to be mine. By any means, they do not have to be mine. Let's see, what's the easiest way for me to get a raid going here? There we go, quick filters. Zombie. There he is. Now imagine he's playing more of... Oh, he's not. He's doing Super Nintendo. He's doing a little Super Nintendo variety. Got some Batman up at the moment. Let's go say hi to Zombie Phoenix. He usually rocks a lot of retro. And tends to make it rather distinctive, esoteric, and sometimes even unknown. Quietly known. But tonight, it is Super Nintendo. It looks like it's on deck. Thank y'all for keeping me company throughout. Let's do some more recipes next week. Let's do more next week. I'll be back tomorrow with a retro of my own. I need to decide on a game. We may introduce the GameCube that was sent to me by Zombie Phoenix. Oh, now the him, the hall. We'll do the dishes next time? Okay. That's sweet of you to say. Yeah, let's go lay some love on Zombie. Thank y'all for keeping me company, for loving on each other throughout. And we'll do more. We'll do more. Tomorrow will be more retro gaming. Friday will be probably another cooking stream. I'll let you know if we change the days. Tuesday, we may have a movie to watch per Sean. Sounds like we've got another Studio Ghibli. Ghibli? A Studio Giblet? We got Studio Giblets cartoons to watch. Alright. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna press the button. Let's go see Zombie.